Hey, there we go. All right. The YouTube video
What's
has
good?
started.
What's
The
good?
stream just started. Kenny's here. He's tightening his shoe. He getting ready to ball or something. I don't know what's happening, but
Hey,
he
you
here.
guys, you guys know
He here.
every show
Oh, he's
I
lathering up.
have every show I have with I wear tennis shoes
Oh,
in the house.
I thought you were lathering up.
For what?
Well, you lotion, so you
Oh.
ain't ashy.
No, yeah, I've been at the lotion on. Lotion, tennis shoes. I be fully dressed.
Yeah, so am I. I walk around with the same exact pair of shoes on every show when I'm in the house.
Do you have those? I want to get some probably for the winter. Those slippers that are like the cement threes you had last night. They got the slippers that are like that.
I've seen those. Yeah,
I do want to get a pair of those.
yeah. I would not be mad at that at all. I would not be mad at that at all.
Hey, Leezy, come on, man. That's what you coming in with. That's how we coming in, man.
I mean, it ain't just. I mean, we see you trying to save face. It's okay.
Damn.
It's okay.
Oh no,
It's
I
all
had
right.
to. Y'all told me, look, I got my Fox on, I got my Laura Roots.
Wow, look at this, man. There's some clean shorts, man.
Yeah, man, Laura Roots, man.
Wow.
Jay Stu, you know what I'm
Wow.
saying? See the sign Laura Roots up in here, man. They did their thing, man. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Y'all said I needed to prove it while I'm here. What's up, man?
Okay.
Come
All
on.
right. Okay. Yeah. Whoops. Oh,
Matter
my
of
bad.
fact-
My bad, Roddy. Let me get that off there.
Matter of fact,
Still standing. I'm still strong.
Mhm. Matter of fact,
okay, Lake Show.
I mean, if we pressing buttons, I mean,
Okay, Lake Show. Hey, man. Hey, ain't no Lake Show over here, man. Hey, I don't have nothing Lakers. Actually, I take that back. I did have a Kobe jersey. But it
I
was Kobe.
actually, and that's the irony in all of this. I do have a Kobe jersey,
Yeah,
but it's the All-Star one, so it's not really a Lakers jersey.
Look, I ain't gonna lie to you. I had a Laker. I've had a. This ain't gonna help my cause, but I've had like 3 Laker jerseys. I had a Nick Van Exel jersey. Okay, Lake Show. I like Nick Van Exel was my guy. Nick Van Exel. I probably like Nick Van Exel the way I like Kyrie back when I was like in the 6th grade or whenever that was. Cole, that's what we coming in doing. That's what we coming in doing.
Sometimes you just got to take it on the chin.
Hey, Joe.
I
Hey,
see you, Joe.
oh my bad, my bad.
No, that's what. No, I see how you are. You take. It's okay.
Wait.
That's okay. No, that's all right. That's all right. That's all right. Now, Joe gonna come in and say hello to you.
Wow,
That's all right.
wow.
But you got the Fox shirt on. You got the Fox shirt on, so you maybe win some people back.
Hey, I'm letting them know I'm here. But hey, Jay Stahl, you know what time it is. You saw what that boy was doing.
Stop it.
You saw what that boy was doing yesterday. Y'all, that's why y'all wanted us so bad to get Mac Jones, because you knew it was like, oh, you Ramses, all y'all. Y'all wanted so bad for us to get Mac Jones because you knew it was on the horizon. Number 5. Number 5 is a bad boy.
What's up, David? David on the islands. All right, fam.
That's how you feel?
Appreciate you, man. I caught Deuce and Mo butchering your name this morning. I wanted to jump in and say it's Hoshue. I think Deuce called him like Juicy or Josie, or I was like,
to be fair, it took me a while.
Yeah,
he had the phonetic spelling.
He had to phonetically spell it out. That's what it is. Hey, baby. What it do, baby? Welcome in here to the Wednesday. What's today? Wednesday.
Yeah,
August 4th edition.
Oh,
Dino and KC here on ESPN 1320. I'm Damian Barlin. Kenny Caraway here, decked out head to toe in Kings gear.
Come on, man. Y'all stop playing with me out here. We was going through the Golden One Center last night. He was like, KC, Lake Show? I was like, nah, man, come on, chill with all that. Chill.
Hey, People, what do you mean chill?
Okay.
That's your voice. What you mean? And yes,
for my man Mello.
It was nice. It was nice to be approached. D'Lo, man, I love the show. Man, I can't believe Kenny. The amount of broken hearts from the young children at the Golden One Center last night after their hero Kenny Caraway turned on them. Just whose side is he on? It's just a tough moment. Tough moment at the Golden One Center last night. But it's redeemed here with Kenny Caraway rocking the De'Aaron Fox.
You know what it is, man. It's all Kings over here, baby. It's all Kings. And you guys already know it's Kings, then Knicks. Lakers ain't nowhere in there. You know, I'll tell you. If I got love, I'll tell you.
I'm just saying you was singing the praises of the Lake Show with a Yankees hat on. So you sent some confusion out there into the universe. That's all.
I had to have the Yankee fitted on because yesterday was supposed to be, well, it really was a monumental day in New York City, but it was for all the wrong reasons for the team, the guys.
Not for just, you took, man, yesterday was a bad day for Kenny Caraway. Like bad. It's like that meme where the dude is just throwing L's. It's like you wonder, who's he throwing him L's at? Who's he throwing?
Mayweather, by the way.
Oh, was that Floyd who's throwing him? Oh, okay. He's just throwing L's. Yeah, he's throwing them right at Kenny. Kenny was just taking an L like, oh, man, no, what's happening? It's a bad day for Kenny Caraway, but a good day for the Sacramento Kings and their rookie Davion Mitchell. We'll spend some time talking about the California Classic as the day rolls along. We got a busy show. Let's touch on a couple of things before we dive into your man's. The latest Sacramento Kings free agency signing. Terrance Davis back with the Kings.
That's her. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
You wanted Terrance Davis. You wanted Mo Harkless.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you got it done, man. We'll talk about that in here in just a heartbeat. Want to set the table for you here a little bit. Keith Smith, who we've talked about a lot this week.
Keith, help us.
Yeah, he's been on top of this situation with the Kings and the Hawks and the Celtics and Tristan Thompson and is he or isn't he? James Ham says he is. Jason Anderson says he is. Even Keith Smith says he is.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll talk to Keith Smith at 12:50 to try to get to the bottom of what exactly is going on. Because it's the Kings, man. It's just
gotta be like this.
It's the Kings. And then coming up at 1:50, long overdue visit with our man Tony Xypteras of the Kings Herald. He'll be with us. Normally, on Wednesdays, we have the James Ham, but we've affectionately termed it the James Ham podcast. At 3:20. James is going to be at the Golden One Center for the second round of the California Classic tonight, the second day of the California Classic. Talked to him a little bit last night, and he's going to come on tomorrow. That way he's not on the phone. He's not in the arena. That way he's in the confines of the Ham Palace, and he'll join us as he normally does. It'll just be tomorrow. So tomorrow's show is already shaping up to be pretty nice with Deuce and Mo at 1:47 and James Ham at 3:20. Yeah. So let's dive into the news of the morning before we get into the California Classic. Terrance Davis is back with the Sacramento Kings. You were adamant about two things this offseason. One I thought was a possibility. One I thought was pretty far-fetched. You're going to wind up with both of them. You wanted Mo Harkless back. That was the one I thought was a long shot. You wanted Terrance Davis back. That's the one I thought was a possibility. Mm-hmm. What I didn't think was a possibility was what Terrance Davis was throwing out there for the number that he wanted. And his team was saying, oh, we're looking for something in the range of $9 million. Okay. I think he ultimately signed the qualifying offer, though I don't know if the exact amount was reported. But you got your wish.
Yes.
You got Mo Harkless back. And as announced this morning by, I think it was Woj, you got
Woj getting back in there.
Hey, he's on top of all things Kings. Terrance Davis back in the Kings uniform.
I'm telling you, I like this move, man. And I've been, like you said, I've been calling for it. And I just look at what they're doing now. Now, DeLon Wright leaving, that's a little bit ahead, but you replace that with Davion Mitchell. But now you look at what's around this team, the other puzzle pieces, the others, so to speak.
Okay.
And you have Terrance Davis, young dude. People always forget he's a young dude. He's got room to grow as well. But you got a Terrance Davis. You got a Davion Mitchell. We'll talk about what we saw from him last night. You got a Mo Harkless now. Put that with somebody like Metu. You know we love our guy Freeport here. But you also can say Tristan Thompson. You also can say Alex Lynn. All right? These guys are shaping up to have a good core of others to go along with re-signing Rashawn Holmes, De'Aaron Fox, Tyrese Halliburton, Harrison Barnes, things of that nature. And that's before you do anything with Marvin Bagley or Buddy Hield. If you keep those two, you got even more depth. But you could really get you a haul if you're able to move both of those guys independently or together. It's shaping up for something nice. I like the way Monty is putting this roster together.
So that's going to be an interesting discussion over the course of the next couple of days because, transactions can be official coming up on Friday. And I've had my theory about the Kings and trade rumors in that particular day now since the disintegration of the Buddy Hield Los Angeles Lakers deal. And that's if there is any trade on the horizon for the Sacramento Kings, we're not going to know a thing about it until it's actually executed with the league, until the paperwork is in Adam Silver's lieutenant's hands. That's when we're going to find out the types of move that the Kings are trying to do. But we're talking about depth, and depth is a beautiful thing.
Mm-hmm.
But having depth of good NBA players is only going to get you so far. Are they lacking the studs to get them? Are they lacking the upper echelon NBA players to get them where they need to go? And where they need to go is in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
That's where they need to go. You can call it the playoffs. You can call it the postseason. I'm not particularly hyped for the 9th or 10th seed.
Mm-hmm.
To be honest, right now, today in August, I'm not going to be hyped for the 10th or the 9th seed. I will be, if it's April and they're, up a game or down a game, then I'll be hyped for it. Right now, I'm hoping for something a little bit higher, even if it's still a play-in game, but it's a traditional playoff spot, like a 7 or 8. I would happily take that. Do they have enough? Again, depth is good, but depth of marginal to good players, I don't know what that amounts to.
I'm not going to go off of what I said at the end of the season. And they're almost doing that right now. I still think there's more moves to be made. But I said at the end of the season, if they had the team they finished the season with, they would be in that play-in scenario. I have no doubt in my mind. And they've essentially brought everybody back, added to Davion Mitchell, and could possibly be making some type of move for Buddy and Marvin Bagley. But let's just say worst case scenario, they run this roster into opening night. I think they have enough to be in that play-in scenario. Now, the playoffs, they need a little bit more to be 6th seed and higher. Absolutely. They need a game changer. They need a John Collins who's off the table, but they need a Siakam. They need a Tobias Harris. That would say, all right, 6th seed, they're there. But as currently constituted, yes, they have enough to get into the postseason. If they went with this team on opening night and they didn't make the postseason, I would be disappointed. I'd be like, man,
This team right now, no trades.
This team right now, no trades. Like, man, you got enough to get into the postseason. Like you guys are slacking off. They're getting the toughness. They're getting the tough guys. They're working on the defensive end, acquiring talent like that. You guys got enough to get the 9th or 10th seed. Absolutely.
Okay. What about Kelly Oubre? Should we add, because John Collins is off the list. John Collins got the extension he wanted in Atlanta. No sign and trade rumors with that big, nice, healthy extension. Exactly what he wanted. I believe he's earned it. He showed, with that second deal, a lot of times with that second deal, we've talked about this before. We talked about this yesterday. We'll talk about it every time one of these contracts is signed. You're talking about potential. We believe that this guy has the ability to be an all-star, to be a top-tier player in the league, and we're going to pay him accordingly. We may be eating this money in year, 3. Hell, we might be eating this money in year 2. But John Collins has shown a lot in his 4 years in the league. So we're left with Siakam and Tobias Harris, and we'll share some things on that moving forward. Kelly Oubre, this note is out there. Kelly Oubre sign and trade. definitely still seems a possibility. The question of who wants him still remains. Two possible names to keep tabs on for the Golden State Warriors are Buddy Hield and Eric Gordon. Memory serves me, that's Memphis, right? That where Eric Gordon?
Eric Gordon is Houston, or did he get traded at the deadline?
Why the hell am I thinking Memphis? Anyways, those are that's out there that's Brett Siegel reported that. That's out there in the NBA Twitterverse. Is Kelly Oubre. It's another guy we've been talking about, and I don't know what his market is. I mean, he's still out there. He hasn't signed anything. I don't know what that market is.
I'd love Kelly Oubre here. I'd love Kelly Oubre. He's the right, and I say this affectionately. He's the right amount of talent and crazy that this team needs.
He is. He's a unique. Eric Gordon's in Houston. I'm sorry. I'm thinking of Eric Bledsoe. He was once described to me by someone in Washington as he's different. He's different. The way he rides, he's a different dude. But he's got a lot of great attributes to him. And you talk sign and trade. Okay, well, what's the dollar figure we're talking about? What's the point where Monty goes, I'm not signing and trading for that. That's crazy. I'm not doing that.
I don't know. I mean, if it matches up with Buddy Hield, I'm doing the deal. The deal in a heartbeat. You get a situation where
I can't.
Kelly can get in there and he can have his own identity here with the Kings. He can be who he wants to be.
I can't believe the question I'm going to be forced to ask.
What you talking about, man?
Am I going to do it right now? I'm going to do it in just a couple of minutes. We're also going to talk about Davion Mitchell and his debut last night. And we knew it was going to happen. I got my eyes on someone I really enjoyed watching last night.
Okay.
I really enjoyed watching this particular player last night. So we'll dive into that. So much Kings business to handle as we are here on the third day of free agency. And we got the California Classic to dive into as D'Lo and KC continue. We're just getting started here. Hang out for a while. Put your feet up. We're with you till 4 o'clock on Twitch, YouTube, Odyssey, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. You want to get that pause button?
Oh, geez. Yeah, man. There we go. There we go.
I'm looking like look Kenny in his eyes. Do not look at that background. Don't look at the background. Don't look at the background.
Where was it?
Oh, Andrew, I see you, buddy.
Kenny, with these horses, can you judge Luke's ability to coach? I would say yes. And I would also say, like I've been saying, it really don't matter whether they got the horses or not this year. Because if they didn't get the horses or they don't, however you want to look at the roster, Luke got to what? Figure it out. Or he's gone.
Yeah. Blake, great meeting. Blake and I know Andrew's already in here reading my mind. Where'd Andrew go? Andrew. Blake, Andrew, great meeting both of you guys last night, man. I don't know if everybody else we met is in the chat, but I met Blake as soon as I got to kind of the Doko concourse. We met Andrew inside, man. It was great to meet some of you last night for sure.
Absolutely. My man Patrick is in here. I met Patrick. Patrick, if I'm not mistaken.
I miss Patrick, man.
I feel because there's two Patricks with me, and I think this is the Patrick that's in the chat. I'm pretty sure, and he was the one that had a D'Lo and KC shirt on.
Oh, okay.
And, I stopped and talked to him for a little bit. It's my guy. Appreciate you. And Ramsey, it would be okay. Knicks tape, not New York. Okay, Knicks tape, and I will say that for Kimba. Let's go. Bringing Kimba back home. Okay, let's go. Okay, Knicks tape. Kimba back home. Let's go.
See, I missed CJ twice yesterday, man. CJ, that's my bad.
CJ, you going tonight, man?
I got.
Are you going tonight, Damien?
I don't think so. It set me a little too. I really want to go just because I want to see Butch and Bonte.
Yeah,
but
well, they played the first game.
It set me back a little bit this morning in terms of Like I didn't
You
feel
stayed
like
a little late yesterday.
well, I went to say I was leaving when we wrapped up. I was going to leave. I wanted to say hello to Sam Amick because I haven't talked to him in a while. Sam contractually can't appear on the show. He had some really nice things to say about us, but I went to say hi to him. I was like, I'm so sorry to interrupt. And this girl stands up. And she's like reaching. I'm like, oh my God, it's Morgan. I had no idea it was Morgan. Sam was over there talking to this woman. I thought the woman was with the Kings. I thought it was I thought it was one of the media people with the Kings. And she stood up. I was like, wow, she's getting up to greet me. Like, oh, hey, oh my God, it's more. Of course, I felt like an asshole, first of all, but then we got to talking. So
the masks are just crazy, man.
And you're it's crazy. Tough. It made it tough. I was like, Mo, I did not realize that was you. So then we got to talking. Sam got a kick out of the clip of you getting fooled, and
yeah, we talked about
and I guess I missed it, but Deuce and Mo played it on the show, and we're just as we all were. We were all laughing at you.
Oh man, yeah, I earned that one though. I earned that one.
That was funny, man. It's content. It's a work. It was a work. Yeah. See. Yeah, it's easy.
How about that 5?
Beat the crowd, you gone. It wasn't a bad drive for me at all. It just wasn't to Natomas. It just wasn't that. It wasn't what it used to be.
Yeah.
But it was fun. I was happy to be there, man. It was fun.
I don't think he's off the team. Not doing the summer thing, but as far as the future,
it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough.
Hey, my man Javon, he up in here. That's what I'm talking about. He getting ready for that football season coming up.
Javon, where you been? Oh, okay.
He took the off season with football. Now training camps are coming. He's back in training camp right now.
All right, Javon.
We got
baby.
The Niners about to sweep them Rams again this year.
I went 80, CJ. Absolutely. And if you haven't downloaded the Odyssey app yet, do it now. What you waiting for? You can discover hundreds of new exclusive music stations available now, including one dedicated to the New York scene, hosted by the Locks. As they ran away with that versus last night.
Damn,
got hundreds of new. I can't believe you actually thought Dipset was going to walk away with that. When they dropped the Who Shot You beat and Jada Kiss did them like that. Oh my gosh, Cameron, and shout out to Cam, who was posing with the pink Lux bottle last night. Dang, he did his dirty.
They didn't know what the hell they were doing out there, man.
That was rough.
Come on, man.
The new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's and Geico. As we ride along here, we've spent some time talking about Terrance Davis. Now, I mentioned I can't put me in a position here to ask an uncomfortable question.
All right, that's what we do on here, though.
You talking about the lineup? Talking about you think this lineup right now, no trades is good enough? We were talking about Kelly Oubre. Kelly Oubre still out there. I don't think the Kings could really make a move for him unless we're talking mid-level money for Kelly Oubre or a potential sign and trade with the Golden State Warriors. But if Buddy's gone, do the Kings have enough scoring?
Yeah.
Definitively.
Yeah.
Okay.
He didn't move the needle in that respect.
Buddy,
you got Terrance Davis. He can do the same things Buddy Hield can done as far as.
But Steph, production. Buddy, I don't know. Like, are you new? Steph, Buddy.
I mean, yeah,
Buddy's next for the $215 million.
Right. The thing about it, that's what I was saying. When you talk about actual production out there, not the allure of what could be.
Right.
We talk about actual production. Terrance Davis,
sure.
Terrance Davis, off the top of my head, I could be wrong. I'm gonna look this up. I think he averaged like 11 points when he was here with the Kings. Buddy averaged 15.
That feels high. Terrance Davis averaged 11 points with the Kings. Yeah, I think Buddy was 16, and you're right. And I guess, and you're right. It's the allure. Like it's the ability to know that Buddy could be a 20 point per game scorer. Like, we've seen it, or we've seen pretty damn close to it. If it wasn't 20 points, it was pretty freaking close, but I feel like it was. I don't know. Like, I know De'Aaron can go, and I know the idea with Davion Mitchell, Tyrese Halliburton. It feels like hell at this point. It feels like the entire construction of the Kings lineup is to allow De'Aaron to not have to bust his ass on the defensive end for 48 minutes or however many minutes he's playing the game, and allow him to perhaps take another step forward on the offensive end, take even more of the offensive load. But I mean, what's Rashawn? 15, 14, 15?
He should be about 15. He was 14 last year. Rashawn was. He should be about 15 this year. I'm looking for like 15 and 9. I mean,
are we talking De'Aaron in the like? Are we talking De'Aaron as like a top 5 scorer in the league? Because if Buddy's gone, there are more shots to be had. We've talked extensively in his rookie season about Tyrese, and Tyrese probably is only going to take a certain amount of shots. It's not his bag. It's not even what he wants to do. Mm-hmm. He'll get his shot if it's there, but he'll only take a certain amount of shots per game, and his shots are going to be in the flow. He's never going to force anything. Davion, we saw Davion Mitchell last night. We'll dive into that. Different team, different setting than he'll be a part of when the regular season starts. But he was aggressive out there. I think he knew everybody came to see him, though, at the same time. I don't know if that's the aggression that he's going to have on the offensive end when the regular season rolls around. But I just start to look around and I go, okay. And you're right. I'll admit it. That's why I said this is a difficult question for me to ask. It is the allure of what we think Buddy can do. But I just want to make sure that the Kings have enough scoring. I want to make sure, like, are the Kings no longer winning games 130 to 124? Are they now winning games? Hopefully they're not giving up anything near 124 points. Are they now winning games like 105 to 100 or something like that?
I don't even know if it's going to go 105, but it would be like, 115, 112, around there.
That still feels high to me.
They can get to. They're going to have the ability to do what they need to do on the defensive end. And you talk about Buddy. Let's just say Buddy and Marvin get moved. That is, if my math is correct, what's that? 30 points in your lineup. 30 points a game. 16 for 16 for Buddy. 11 for Marvin. I think if those two are getting moved, you're at least getting half of that back. You're at least getting half of that back. You're not trading them for a complete zero. So you're at least getting. We're hoping it's Tobias or Siakam or something like that. But at least you're getting half of that back. Then I think Terrance Davis, he averaged 11 points a game last year with the Kings. I think he can up that to about 13. Tyrese was at 13. I think he can get to about 15. Fox doesn't need to go top 5. He was 26. Stay there. You know what I mean? It was 25. Get to 26, maybe 27. Even if you stayed at 25, they'd be all right. Because what they are on the defensive end is a lot better. Should be a lot better than what they were last year. That'll make up for it. They got Mo Harkless, Harrison Barnes. I don't think if you have a power forward, I don't think he's going to wear down the way he did in the second half of that season. So I just offense. I got no worries. They're fine. They're fine offensively.
Okay.
If they have to move for Buddy, and like I said, you move Buddy for something, like if they would have got a Kyle Kuzma type in a deal, obviously they're not getting Kuz, but that type of player in return, they'll be fine.
I remember a long time ago, at the beginning of Luke Walton's first season here, one of his first press conferences, he was talking about, or it wasn't a press conference, but it was a media scrum back when you actually had media scrums with people in person. He was talking about, their idea of starting practices with defense is because they want to keep that up-tempo offense, but they want it to start on the defensive end. This might be the first time he could actually implement that plan. Or let me rephrase that. That might be the first time that he's implemented a plan and it might work. Because I think he's tried to do it before. Right. It just hasn't. I want to push back on a couple of things that are going on in the chat. We'd love for you to be a part of the conversation. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, YouTube.com/ESPN1320. You could also connect on the phone lines if you'd like, 916-349-1320. Our dear close friend Cole reminding us that he doesn't watch basketball again. There's a conversation happening about, Buddy Hield and kind of going to the point of what I was talking about, losing a score. And Cole mentions, losing a 3-point threat is tough. Buddy had an off year. It happens. I'd push back on that and say Buddy had a typical year. He had one good year. Mm-hmm. Right now, like our history says, Buddy had a good year, and then everything else had kind of flatlined. I think at some point you got to look at Buddy's career in its totality and go, okay, what we saw last year and the year, that's what Buddy is. Mm-hmm. He's not the guy with Dave Yeager. He's the guy we've seen everywhere else in his career, or not everywhere else in other places, but every other year. Right. Not that one year, that every other year. That's what Buddy is. And that's a good player.
Right. I was going to say that's not even a bad player.
Not at all.
Not 20 points. Like if you're expecting, he has the ability to get to 20 points a game. I don't think so. I don't think that. He's about 15 points per game. And that's cool. That's cool. There's nothing wrong with that. A little overpriced, but there's nothing wrong with that. He's a good NBA player. He'll be here for a while.
And that's all we're talking about. If Buddy was 12, are we even having this conversation?
No, we're not having a conversation. We may be having it for other reasons, though. If he's still saying, I don't want to be on the bench, or, I should be a starter, he may be having it because of that.
For $12 million, I'd be like, fam, that's cool. It's a cute story. Tell me another funny story. You up here like Richard Pryor, buddy. Tell me something else funny. Man, we got you. Like, it's one thing to not be happy at $22 million. It's a whole other thing to not be happy at 12. Like, go ahead, sit there and sulk. You don't bother me. You only got a couple of choices, because you can sit here and be frustrated and be unhappy. You won't earn any more money in the NBA if we can't put you in the game. That's what we were talking about with Marvin yesterday. Marvin's best bet to join the rest of his brothers in that draft class with very healthy bank accounts is to ball out this year. And he's not going to hit the level of those other guys. He's not going to hit the level of DeAndre and Luka and the rest of that group there. But I still think he could have he could wind up signing a very lucrative second contract. Mm-hmm. But for my money, the only place he could do it is here. If Marvin gets traded anywhere, it becomes we'll see if it works. If it doesn't, whatever. He's expiring. He's no longer a player. He's a contract. And when you fall into the category of not being a player anymore, just a contract, you're just jumping around from team to team, hoping you catch on somewhere and get an opportunity.
Yeah.
And in his case, you're hoping you're hopping from team to team, hoping you get an opportunity. And when you get it, you're also hoping that you can stay healthy.
Yeah. And that's why I continue to say, these guys need each other. And when I mean these guys, I'm talking about the Sacramento Kings and Marvin Bagley. The Kings need a power forward. Marvin Bagley needs to reestablish himself in the NBA as somebody that, okay, I can be a viable option. I can be somebody that's reliable. I can be somebody that reaches the potential that a lot of people see me having. So the best opportunity for me to do that is here in Sacramento. But, if he's caught up in other things, maybe we never see that, see him take advantage of that opportunity. But I think both of these parties, the Kings and Marvin Bagley, they could use each other, man. Mm-hmm. They really could if they're playing it smart.
And then there's Davion Mitchell. Davion Mitchell, who showed out last night at the California Classic. It was I know the Kings didn't win. I don't know that anybody cares about that. I mean, I feel like I don't know how many people were at the Golden One Center last night, but it felt like they were there to see Davion Mitchell. Mm-hmm. And when he showed out a little bit, he got some MVP chance, which is, hey, it's on brand with the California Classic, whether it's beat LA or it's MVP. Let's ride with it. De'Aaron Fox, he was in attendance. He got a thunderous ovation. I know Tyrese was there. I don't remember him getting introduced to the crowd. I might have been busy yapping at the time, but Davion showed out, man. Davion showed a lot of what's been written about, what's been talked about, and he showed a lot of what we saw back in the NCAA tournament.
Davion Mitchell, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go a little Barry Horowitz here.
Oh, Jesus almighty.
Pat my back a little bit here. Okay. I like that drop right there. That's a good one. The guy's got a bag. He's got a bag offensively. He put up 23 points, and he didn't even shoot that well. He shot okay.
Yeah,
he shot okay.
23 on 18.
Yeah, he shot okay, but
50%. It wasn't bad. It's not like he was awful.
Yeah, he could have shot a little better. He could have made his free throws or whatever the case may be. Could have been looking at a 28, 30-point night from him in his Golden One Center debut. But
even the California, even the pre-summer league team shot 58% from the free throw line.
Oh my gosh. I was talking to Jason Anderson about this. Can we just get somebody here who's Mark Price at the line? Can I please get a 91% free throw shooter here in Sacramento?
You cannot. Sorry, Mr. Caraway, your request is declined.
That don't make no damn sense. But yeah, Davion, he's got the offensive bag, and I thought that was overlooked a lot when people talked about Davon Mitchell. We all know what he can do on the defensive end, but offensively, he's solid. He can get better. I say that hesitantly. He's 22. He's going to improve being in the NBA and all this other stuff. It's not like he's 19, because then if he's 19, it's like, he should get worlds better. But he is 22. But the game is ready for the NBA. The game is ready for the NBA. His competitive nature is ready for the NBA. What he does, he's going to be one of those guys. You guys hear me all the time. Basketball culture, hoop culture here, talking about, he's going to be maybe the first guy in Golden One Center history where when he locks up on somebody, it's going to get the crowd hype. We saw it a little bit last night when he would dig in and impress somebody coming across the half court line and start moving side to side. Once he turns the person twice, then the crowd was like, yeah. And it's hitting him that he's going to have that type of effect on the game and on the arena on the defensive end. So we already knew that was there, but offensively, he's ready to go. He's ready to go on that side of the ball as well. I love Davion Mitchell. I love what I saw from him.
Is that what stood out the most to you? Was Davion on the offensive end?
It was his all-around game because, like I said, he had moments on the defensive end where he did exactly what we expect him to do: get in there, lock up, picking pockets, things of that nature. So that you can't watch Davion and not recognize that, in my opinion.
I felt like he started the game. I mean, rightfully so, for goodness sakes. I felt like he started the game a bit. I don't know if stiff is the right word. He almost robotic on the offensive end, but his element felt like the defensive end.
Oh yeah,
like the first possession. His first possession, he felt like he was like we were in minute 46 of the game, like he was in full motion. With offense, it felt like he might have been a little bit more unsure, and he was trying to get a feel for everything. And rightfully so, trying to get a feel for everybody. And you saw him really kind of get into a feel in the second quarter, and then certainly in the second half. I think he was ready to go from there on. But his element felt like the defensive end in terms of comfort level on a basketball court. When he got out there, he looked like he was at home on the defensive end.
Yeah, that to me comes natural for him. That's what he does. That's how he gets down. So I don't think that'll ever be an issue for Davion Mitchell. He gonna defend regardless.
Mm-hmm.
Regardless. Now
he was cramping late, by the way. For that, he's not hurt. I'm sure everybody's caught up on that. He was cramping late in the game. We don't know if he's going to play tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Davion said that in the post-game press conference. He's not sure he's going to play tonight, but he wasn't hurt, and he asked out. I think it was in overtime.
He pulled up a little lane.
Yeah, and he's I'm good. Nothing to see here. But that I'm not sure if he's going to play tonight.
The thing that I talk about, and I know a lot of people are like, "Oh, it's just summer league." Like, that doesn't mean anything. And in the grand scheme of things, you're absolutely right. It doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean he's going to be great or whatever. But when you know, when you see it, you see it. And a guy like Davion, you can, if he's a good ball player and he's good to go, then it's like he should be out there doing what he did. You know,
Mhm.
like that's kind of what it is. If he's good, if he's ready to go, he should be able to go out there in a summer league setting against guys that we don't know who they are and have 23 points.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Like that's what you're looking for. And he was able to provide that. So him being an NBA guy, that's a fact now. Now, after summer league, I want to see how he improves on his game and incorporate that into what the Kings are going to end up doing.
He's more athletic than I realized too.
Yeah. He's
Like
strong
his
too.
movement.
Solid.
Yeah, he's built like, man, is it a stretch to say Russ? Like he might be a little thinner than Russ is.
Oh, well, I was about to say I think he's a little thicker than Russ.
Is he? Oh, I don't think so.
At that point in his career.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
maybe, yeah, okay, maybe at that point in his career, sure.
And I, I kind of saw this. I'm not trying to go there game for game wise. He's got like a Dame Lillard type build. He's not super tall. I think Dame's probably an inch or two taller than him, but he's not slender. There's a thickness. There's a thickness.
He's swole. He's built.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's absolutely built. And he can move. That's
Yes.
that, and I think that's what's most notable on the defensive end. On the offensive end, you've got to get a feel for what your teammates are doing. You got to get a feel for what your coach wants you to do. On the offensive end, certainly you want to know all of those things as well, but you can move a little bit more freer. Excuse me, on the defensive end, you can move a little bit more freer. And you absolutely saw that yesterday. And that's where his athleticism and his strength really kind of showed out.
And the other thing that I take away with these type of games, these summer league games, and somebody like Davion Mitchell is, yes, when you get to the regular NBA games, the competition obviously steps up, but he's not going to have the same load on his plate, right? He can pick and choose his spots. He don't have to come down and put up 18 shots. You could take 9 really efficient shots and then focus on defense and things of that nature. And now you're able to get to the bucket, or you're shooting catch and shoot wide open threes as opposed to everything happen to be off the bounce and you carrying everything. So I see somebody like that. Do I expect him to average 23 points a game in the NBA? Absolutely not. But when he gets into a setting where he's got better players around him, it's a good look. Could be a real good look.
And I think he's a core guy.
I think so too.
It feels
Absolutely.
like he fits in very nicely with the type of player that he is. He fits in very nicely with Tyrese and De'Aaron.
Yeah. Can I give a couple of shout out to Tim Maxwell. He put this out there. A couple of notable debuts for Kings rookies in the summer leagues.
No, I would prefer that you didn't. But thanks for asking. Coming up, Keith Smith's going to join us. I just love when you ask. So I feel like
Just
this
courtesy.
time
Common
I'm just
courtesy.
going to say no.
So Davion Mitchell, of all the Kings in recent memory, his 23 points is the highest point total that we've seen recently. So Buddy Hield had 21 points. That was with the Pelicans, though. Thomas Robinson, 19-point debut. That was crazy. De'Aaron Fox, 18 points. I remember that game specifically. He had a sick move on, I think it was Mike James. It was nasty. 18 points from Fox. In that same game, Justin Jackson got 18 points. Marvin Bagley had 15. Cousins had 14. Nick Stauskas had 14. Willie Cauley-Stein had 11. And we talked about the memorable in a bad way Ben McLemore first game. 11 points. 4 of 23 from the field. He missed everything that day. Jesus. So there's that. He's got the highest point total that we've seen in recent memory.
It just means he's going to be the greatest king of all time then. Brian Cruz brings up an interesting point here. Just his thought. This is Brian Cruz's thought, but I want to bring it to you here. YouTube.com/ESPN1320. I don't mind Delonte leaving anymore with Davion as a potential sixth man. No? You're laughing.
I'm just laughing because I was just thrown aback by that. I was like, did I miss a signing here? Delonte West, the Sacramento King. Did I miss a signing? It's Delon. We know
right.
what you mean.
Yeah.
But no, I was really I laughed because I'm on edge after that fake Shams the other day. I was like, have I been saying his name wrong the whole time? Is it Delonte? I don't know. I'm just on edge here. So that to his point though, there's an element of that. DeLon averaged 10 points a game. He smart defense. He understood the game. He can make certain passes, things of that nature. I think Davion can bring that to the table. I really do. I even if it's not 100% of what DeLon brings to the table, just because of experience and DeLon being in the league and being around for a little while, I think Davion, like worst case scenario, Davion 8 points, really good defense a night. I think he could be better than that. I think he could be a 10, 11, possibly 12 point per game scorer. Let's just say I'm going to be on the conservative side here. 8 points, and with his defensive intensity coming off the bench, it's not bad. It's okay.
That'd be a hell of a backcourt if De'Aaron is first man out, Tyrese moves over, and Davion goes to 2.
No days off for backcourts coming up against Sacramento. No days off.
That's it's a different outlook. Like, it's a different description. It's a different way to dive into a Kings team. We've never talked about a defense. At least I haven't. Not in my media career. Mm-hmm. I've never talked about a defensive minded Kings team. Mm-hmm. No. And this with Terrance Davis now. The depth kind of forced the trade of DeLon Wright, but is the trade of DeLon Wright for Tristan Thompson, is that actually happening?
According to ESPN, it is.
ESPN says
about the depth chart. They got DeLon on the Hawks depth chart.
James Ham says it is. Keith Smith even says it is, but
everybody says it is, but it hasn't happened.
But it seems to be not as simple as this team is trading this player to this team for this player. And of course, it involves the Sacramento Kings. So why would it be easy? We'll try to get to the bottom of this when Keith Smith, who's been on top of this story for the last week or so, joins us next here on the Odyssey app, on Twitch, on YouTube, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station. It's D'Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320.
Dan, give me 2 seconds real quick.
Yeah, go ahead. Yo, man, hey, 172 on YouTube, man. Can we get to 100 thumbs up before the commercial break is over? Oh my gosh, I just looked at the number we're at right now. Goodness gracious. And it's securing the Bagley. Thank you. I'm so glad you noticed at the same time. Generate. Let's get them thumbs up, man. Let's go on. Where are we at on subscribers? We had 968, baby. Let's go. Let's get to 1,000, man. Let's get to 1,000 before the week is over. And we had some huge growth the last week and a half. Let's try to get to 1,000. We got 176 watching. Let's get to 100 thumbs up, man. Come on. Let's go, baby. What's up, Steven? What's up, Ty Guy? We see you. We see you. We see you. Oh, we had, okay. Not okay. All right, John. Dang it, John. Do a little refresh. See we over here. Oh, now we at 972. Okay, new viewers. We love y'all, man. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the show. Yeah, degenerates. Yeah, let's get them thumbs up. We had 97. We had 9. Oh, we had 100. Y'all, man, that's where it's at. We appreciate y'all. Roddy, block yourself. Man, I don't know. My plan was, I know Bonte and Butcher Boy and our crew from 95.7 is going to be there, but it set me, I don't know, with the late start, it set me back a little bit working on today's show. And like, I didn't feel like the show was in a good spot until like 11:30. And I hate that feeling. I'm not sure though. You going, Leezy? Anybody in the chat on Twitch or YouTube going to the game tonight? I do want to go. I just don't know if I actually will. Man, y'all blew right past 100, man. Thanks for that. If you haven't hit the thumbs up yet, please do. And if you haven't subscribed yet, please do. That's the big, man, 975. Man, y'all are on top of shit today. Let's go. 25 more to 1,000, man. Oh, John's going. Yeah, because apparently they're on the honor system outside. I had my digital ID card ready and everything. And whatever. It's whatever. It's going to be like this forever. That's just the way it is. this is how it's going to be forever. Yeah, I didn't realize it was that long, man. I did not stick around for Shaggy. I did not. Casey, did you?
What happened?
It looked like a few people did. Did you stick for? And why was it inside? Did you stay for Shaggy?
For like 2 songs.
Why did they? 2? Does he have more than 2?
I was talking to Rashawn and he was like, bro, seriously, you're going to have about 5 songs that you remember from him. And I was like, I don't know. And I stuck around and he did Boombastic.
Yep.
And I was like, I'm out of here, man.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not. Yeah, Shaggy was a bad get.
Oh, okay. I forgot about you.
Angel, you're my darling angel.
All right.
Nah, I don't need to see that.
Is he performing again tonight? Did he get a 2-night residency at the Golden One Center?
No, not
singing them 3 songs again. That's I mean, I apologize. Sorry to make fun of him. That's
yeah,
that's good call, Cole.
It wasn't a good look. I kind of, now it's in my head when I hear like the acoustics in Golden One Center. I was like, damn, this does sound good. Like, I don't know if it's the bass or what it is. Like, you feel it really well in there.
I was surprised. Like, I saw the setup inside, but I didn't think that was for Shaggy.
Yeah.
When I left, I was like, damn, he's really performing inside. Looking for sports betting content all day long? The BetQL network is now available nationwide on the Odyssey mobile app and a website, over 10,000 home and auto-connected devices, and at the BetQLnetwork.com. This is Wagertainment for every fan, morning, afternoon, and night betting angles throughout the day, insights from local and national experts, entertaining content to keep both casual and hardcore bettors engaged. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. BetQL Network, streaming now on Odyssey. Big ups to everybody watching on youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. We're approaching some milestones over there on their platform. We're hoping to get to 1,000 subscribers, by the end of the week. We're at 976 right now. So if you've got some friends out there, we're at 977, Kenny Caraway. If y'all got some friends out there who haven't subscribed yet to the ESPN 1320 channel, like, text them right now. Say, yo, stop what you're doing,
because I'm about to ruin
an image in the style that you used to. Go to youtube.com/ESPN 1320 and hit the subscribe button. Keith Smith is about to join us here in a couple of minutes. We'll try to get an update on what the hell is going on with it. On a previous episode of D-Lo and KC, Adrian Wojnarowski told us that DeLon Wright had been traded for Tristan Thompson. And then on a later episode, we had heard it was like a 3-way trade that involved Atlanta with Boston and Sacramento, or maybe it wasn't a 3-way trade, but somehow a third team was involved, or somehow a previous trade was involved. I don't know. But here we are, and we're still wondering, is Tristan Thompson going to be a member of the Sacramento Kings? And perhaps the most prevalent question within Kings universe, if he is, why?
They need size. They need depth
still
on the inside. Yeah. Well, if you get Rashawn and you get Alex Lynn, that's still only 2. You don't have, I'm not saying he's going to play here, but you don't have a power forward if you're moving Marvin Bagley. And we all agree we don't want Harrison Barnes taking a lot of minutes at the 4. So, yeah, you need size.
Michael Scotto reported that the deal for Terrance Davis was a 2-year, $8 million deal. And I feel like that's exactly what James told us he thought he could get. Because I don't think that's 8 per. That's 2 years, $8 million.
Yeah, that's what I took it as too.
You don't report a 2-year deal as 8 per. You report it as 2.16. So, man, James on the game right there.
He is, man. He's Monte McNair.
I've never seen James Ham and Monte McNair in the same place at the same time. That's actually not true.
So, go ahead. We got business to take care of.
Yeah,
we remind me to say something about Monte McNair later.
Okay, but is it a good thing or a bad thing?
Yeah, no, it's good. It's good.
Well, let's bring in our man Keith Smith. Keith's been all over this story involving Tristan Thompson and the Celtics and the Kings, and I'm going to just phrase this as delicately as we can. Keith, what the hell is happening with this trade? Is Tristan Thompson a Celtic or is he a King?
I think he's a Celtic or maybe a Hawk or
I
don't know, maybe a King. I'm not entirely sure.
Is he going to rotate?
4 o'clock here. Maybe that's what they're going to do. They're going to have the first guy to suit up for 3 teams at once. It sounds like they were there. The original trade was just the Celtics and the Hawks, and that trade sounded like it was moving forward. Then the Hawks, because none of these teams ever tamper and have any idea what else they might do.
Right.
Never. The Hawks got intel they could go a different direction with a big man, and then that's when they wanted a different point guard in. They reached out to the Kings on DeLon Wright, and the Kings said, all right, we can do this. We could use a big with Tristan Thompson. Everything that I've been told over the last, let's say, 24 hours or so is the trade's still on. It's had a few different iterations, and teams are been involved. Other teams have fallen out, those kind of things. But it's still going to happen with the main pieces of Thompson going to Sacramento, Wright going to Atlanta, and then Chris Dunn headed to Boston. But there may be other tweaks into this, so we'll see. But it's becoming one of those sagas that, quite frankly, I'm starting to get a little bit tired of.
Yeah. Hey, welcome to covering the Kings, Keith. If you're going to cover the Kings, pal, you're going to have to deal with this stuff.
Absolutely. Hey, Keith, I gotta ask you, because you've been on top of this. What was the deal with Chris Dunn? Like, that seemed to be one of the big hang. They were trying. The reason why I got announced or reported or whatever on a Friday is because they were trying to get something done with Chris Dunn's contract before Sunday or Monday. What was that whole aspect of this deal?
Yeah, so what was happening for the Celtics side was they had a trade exception that was for the exact amount of Chris Dunn's salary that was going to expire right before the league year changed over, and their hope was to bring him in on that and then create a larger trade exception for Tristan Thompson. Now, they have a couple other trade exceptions that they can make work and accomplish the same thing, but they were trying to essentially stretch those ones out, get that deal done right away. But then when it expanded and then found to involve the Kings, then expanded again to maybe involve another team if that ends up happening or not. That's what now has everything held up. That trade exception is gone, so they can't go that route, but they may still be able to do this using a different trade exception that they have.
Keith Smith joining us here on D-Lo and KC. You cover the Celtics quite a bit. Obviously the Kings need size. Tristan Thompson, I thought when the Celtics acquired him, was a great fit, and then it never seemed to really work. What did you see with Tristan in his time in Boston?
He's still a great rebounder. He's still one of the better offensive rebounders in the league. His finishing really fell off with the Celtics this past year. We don't know, is that a 1-year aberration, or is that signs of he's starting to get older and that is starting to fall off? So that was a bit of a problem. Defensively, he's just not, I think, what they were looking for. He's a solid, rugged defender. So when you're going up against the Joel Embiids of the world, he'll push on those guys. He'll beat them up a little bit. He'll do his thing. But when you're going against the quicker centers, the guys who will step out and shoot the ball, that's where he's starting to struggle a little bit and drop off. He's also not a great rim protector. He doesn't block a lot of shots. That's never really been his game. So he just never really fully fit in on either end of the floor with Boston. But I think if you put him in the right system where you're telling him, hey, just rebound and roll to the rim and finish off passes, I think he can still be a pretty productive guy, especially considering he's only coming with a $9.7 million price tag. That you can't expect a whole heck of a lot for a guy who's on a mid-range contract like that, other than competent backup play.
Yeah. I think there still is some value in this league for Tristan Thompson. Like you said, Keith, you just have to have him in the right situation that suits where his game is at now. Best. Another thing I wanted to ask you real quick, Keith, and I'm an impatient guy. Okay, I understand that. I can be pretty impatient. All right, and when it comes to the NBA and the way these deals go about, I look at something like what's going on with this 3-teamer. And it gets announced on Friday, which means you probably worked on it on Wednesday or Thursday, if not before. It doesn't work out for some reason. And here we are next Wednesday, and we still don't have any kind of confirmation of it being completed. Help me out, Keith. What are these people doing? There's only so many people on the roster. Each team only has like 12 people. It's not like you're dealing with hundreds of people on the roster. What are they doing where it's taking them a week to figure out a combination? Help me out, Keith. I'm impatient.
I'm impatient too. And unlike the rest of the NBA, which spent $2.5 billion in the span of 24 hours, apparently the Celtics, Hawks, and Kings are going to move at their own pace here. So I don't fully know. My guess is someone jumped the gun. Yeah, to some extent by informing the media folks. We know how that went last year. That didn't work out well for really anybody except for Bogdan Bogdanovic. But
it didn't work out too bad for Milwaukee. They seem to end the season. In fact, it only hurt one team. But that's just me. That's just a fan of it. 15 straight years, Keith. 15 straight years.
I know what you're saying with that. I think our challenge right now with this one is it's not a complicated trade, but it's where these teams are at of wanting to move money around and do some different things. That's the complication that comes in. You also have Brad Stevens is brand new at this. He's never done this before. So you may not have hey, let's push this through right away. And he's never been the kind of guy who's going to lean on somebody and, do we have a deal? Do we have a deal? Do we have a deal? Like Danny Ainge probably would have, or say, all right, then I'm moving on. I'm going to call Oklahoma City and I'll just move the salary there. So I think that's maybe where we have a little bit of a problem of just getting this pushed through. Everybody believes it's still going to happen, but I'm with you. Starting to wonder, are we getting a little too cute with the way we're putting this thing?
Right. Come on now,
Keith. We appreciate you. Are the Celtics just are they just standing still? Are they going to do anything impactful? I'm concerned about them next year, just kind of being in the same spot.
You don't love the Ennis Cantor coming back as they're right now they're sending some mixed messages because they're saying they're gearing up for a big summer next summer where they're going to spend a lot of money and these kind of things. But to me, you're going to spend to the salary cap. So this year, it sounds like you're being, quite frankly, a little cheap in saying, we don't know that we really want to spend money this year because there's a couple things that are disconnecting. The salary cap is what I know. If I know anything about the NBA, it's the salary cap. And some of the messages that are coming out of Boston don't connect as far as we're going to spend a lot of money this year, so we can't spend money this coming year in 2022. So we can't spend money this year. There's a couple things there that just don't make sense to me that I'm trying to understand. I'm hoping, after the Thompson trade, the bigger picture will unfold and we'll see more. But at this point, I'm a little bit doubtful.
Keith, we really appreciate you, man. Thanks for joining us for a few minutes and trying to sort this out for us.
Appreciate you, Keith.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. It's a man, Keith Smith, NBA writer for everywhere, Spot Track. He covers the Celtics all over the place, man, and he's been on top of this situation with the Celtics and the Kings and Tristan Thompson and DeLon Wright.
He's a great follow on Twitter.
Absolutely.
Great follow. Yeah, very knowledgeable. Yep. And always, for a guy like myself, simplify some stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like I know there's a lot of jargon going on out there, but this is what this means. That's the bottom line. So I really enjoy his insight.
You're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. You can listen on the Odyssey app. You can listen on 1320 AM. You can listen on and watch on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. And of course, you can do the same on youtube.com/ESPN 1320 as we're closing in on 1,000 subscribers over there on YouTube. That's pretty exciting. They're asking me, D'Lo, cornrows if you hit 1,000 subscribers today.
Ooh, no. Do you have enough?
No.
Do you have enough? I think you do. I think you do.
I need a couple more weeks, and no, just definitively no. We're not doing that.
I don't know why we got to dismiss it so quickly.
It's just a no. I did that back in the early 2000s. There's
we need the pictures.
No, I don't think any of those pictures exist. I'm not positive, but they might exist. But yeah, we're not bringing those back. I don't have as much hair as I did back then. I'm a little bit older.
Me neither.
Yeah, yes, you don't. You most definitely don't. There we go. I see we had some breaking news. For those on the radio, some breaking news from inside the Caraway house. Okay. It says KC got a new pair of shoes that will land him an eviction. Do we get to see those on the live stream?
I mean, so this one ain't even my
Jazz,
fault.
bring him to the studio, Jazz. Go on, bring him into the studio so we can see him.
This isn't my fault. This was a conversation that I had with a buddy of mine.
Why don't you sing the Shaggy record from last night? It wasn't me. Saw my name on the label. It wasn't me. It was in my size. It wasn't me.
I had a conversation with a buddy of mine months ago, and he was like, "Yo, I think I could do something for you. Just
I need to see these.
Let me just
bring him to the Jazz."
And I was like, "Bro, how?"
Bring him to the stream.
I think we can make this happen. And it was months ago, though. I gave up on it. I was like, "Oh, I guess it didn't happen." You know, I moved on with my life.
Mm-hmm.
And they literally came to the doorstep out of nowhere today. This one ain't my fault.
That's all right. I know Jazz is listening. We need to see him. Jesse saying KC hasn't paid his mortgage, and it's a pair of shoes that's getting him evicted. It's an amazing world we live in, folks. An absolutely amazing world we live in. Appreciate
you. Got anything in that guest room?
I got room for you. I got you. Come on.
This wasn't even my fault, man.
Just bring your microphone. Bring your headphones. Come on, man. You can hang out here for however long Jazz decides you need to be here. So did Keith clear everything up for us?
He did, but he was like,
because I feel like we're still here,
he's getting a little baffled and he's getting a little frustrated the way we are.
Hey,
like he said,
what's that?
They're out here getting a little too cute. Everybody involved. Like I said, and when I was talking to Keith, when we were talking to Keith, there's only so many players you can choose from. I mean, it seems like in an hour you can go through a combination of players, right? That could get this done. And like I said, it's not even all 12 people on the rosters. Literally, you're talking about probably 2 or 3 guys on each roster that this whole thing would fit. If it ain't fit by now, it's not going to. What are we doing? Trae Young is in it. He's not in the trade discussions.
Yeah.
Bogdan Bogdanovic, he's not in the trade. John Collins ain't in the trade discussion. You got about 2 or 3 guys on each team that this could work out for. You either can or you can't.
But how spectacular is it? How spectacular is it that he says, "Yeah, I think someone jumped the gun in dropping this to the media"?
Come on, man.
Really? 2 years in a row, huh? Okay. Because again, I get it involves the Kings. It's really hard for me to believe that Monty hangs up the phone with Brad Stevens and immediately calls Woj. I don't see that. I don't see it's just the teams that the Kings are dealing with. Or there's a leak in the Kings organization, and that I don't believe either. Besides, I know Danny's not there anymore. I know Danny's not there. Milwaukee was the only team who benefited from that story being out there last year.
Yep.
I don't know that anybody benefits from this, and I know Danny's not there anymore, but Boston has been quick to drop stuff to the media since Danny's been in charge. And I don't know how many of Danny's people are still there, but that organization has been quick to drop things to Woj and Shams over the years.
That's who I would be pointing the finger at first and foremost. Atlanta ain't nothing like this that we can think of.
Is it even a big deal if this trade doesn't go through?
It's not a big deal. The only thing that I think about is what does it do? And this guy's a pro, so I don't expect nothing crazy to happen. But what does it do for DeLon Wright?
I don't think you
try to ship him out of here or whatever.
I don't think DeLon was here for 20 games.
Yeah, but
he does anything.
He's a pro. He's not tripping off that.
And I don't even think Kings fans will care if it doesn't go through.
Well, the Kings fans maybe need to get their mind right a little bit here. Don't poo-poo it just yet, because Keith talked about what Tristan Thompson does, and he talked about how against the big, brute type centers, he's good with those guys. He's decent. The Joels, the Okic's, guys that, quite frankly, Richaun Holmes struggled against. The bigger the center was, the harder time Richaun Holmes had, and it kind of wore him down throughout those games. It could be a situation where they're using maybe Richaun and Tristan, if they keep them, as like a two-headed monster. And you can go either way. Oh, you guys want to get big down there and try to bang bodies? All right, we got Tristan. Oh, you want to have a small ball type situation where you're screening, rolling, and switching and stuff like that? We got Richaun for that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not mad at that. The other thing that he talked about that I meant to look up the other day, and he reminded me, is he talked about Tristan Thompson is a really good rebounder still. He's really good on the boards. Sacramento Kings, dead last year on the boards. So you talk about what he does, what he helps.
Okay.
They could use a rebounder.
Absolutely.
And you know how I say the defense possession doesn't end until you have the basketball. And
you got Alex.
Get the basketball.
Got Alex too. Yeah, no, 100%. And there's another thing worth pointing out, and I didn't want to point this out yesterday to diminish all the fun. I know we're all really excited about Richaun Holmes, but Rashawn's missed time each of the 2 years he's been here.
Yeah.
So depth in that position is important. You know what I mean? Like having multiple big bodies, acquiring Alex Lent, that's great. Bringing back Richaun Holmes, it's all good stuff. But you need big bodies there in case. And I'm not even talking about 3, 4, 5 weeks. I'm not talking about anything serious. If he just misses a game here or there, that's going to happen throughout the season, not just to Richaun Holmes, but probably everybody in a Kings uniform. Happens to most people across the league. You've got another big body who's capable of getting in there and getting rebounds.
Absolutely. And to your point, Richaun has missed like multiple weeks during the season. And you just got to be prepared. Yeah. You got to be prepared to have some adequate backups and no shade to this guy, because I actually like the way he played, but you can't just say, well, all right, Davion Jones, now you go start and play 30 minutes. Like that's almost unfair to him. That's not his role. You know what I mean? But now you got a guy or two guys in Thompson and Lynn. And if Davion Jones is still around, you can rotate the minutes between the three of those guys, have a little bit of a three-headed monster.
I actually like the Tristan Thompson acquisition more than others. I just didn't like it at the expense of DeLon Wright. But I understand it because of the Davion Mitchell draft pick, because of the idea, the players that they got in those positions. Like, I understand why DeLon Wright was kind of the odd man out in this situation. I just hated it because I really did like what he brought to the team. And I like the fact that his brother came on the show. That was always fun.
Yeah, I like DeLon Wright. I like the guy.
No, so do I.
Yeah.
Yeah, so do I.
I mean, I want him here. He's one of those guys that I don't know. I just wanted to be part of the program. You know what I'm saying? But with, like you said, with the draft pick,
made him more expendable. Yeah. Made him more expendable. But he feels like a Brad Stevens guy. You talk about liking him, you took things that he could do. Okay, that feels like a Brad Stevens guy. I know Brad's not the coach, but he's still the guy acquiring players, and that feels definitely like a Brad Stevens guy. And I love that Keith brought up the Enes Kanter thing, because Boston Enes Kanter is back.
I saw that, man. It's the whole parade.
Yeah.
In
Jesse, how you feeling? Boston Enes Kanter is back.
Yeah, let's not give him more than 5 minutes and we'll be good.
There you go. There you go.
I mean, the guy, he doesn't play defense at all. Like, he's good for rebounding. He'll put up some points, but he's just useless on the defensive end every single game.
But he's the former WWE 24/7 champion.
I still don't remember that. I still do not remember that.
I think he did it at a house show I feel like it was in
Had to
Boston.
Be in Boston.
I feel like it was in Boston.
Oh, how did he lose it?
I just think R-Truth rolled him up and took it back. Yeah, it got it. I don't even know that it got a pop. I think everyone was like, what? What? Okay. I feel like he was a heel wherever he was. This was leading me to believe that maybe it wasn't Boston. I feel like wherever he was a heel.
Was he? Nah.
There's a video of it. It's out there somewhere.
To say him being a heel would be like in San Francisco.
Ennis is a natural. He's a natural. Ennis Cantor in any NBA town is a heel, other than the one that he's playing in. And I feel like he was a heel that night, but it's out there on YouTube.
I'm not mad at Ennis.
I mean, if you can get Portland Ennis to play like he did in Portland and Boston, it's a good. They're in good shape. You get exactly what you need. It's you're just getting a big body in there who can do some things in terms of rebounding. Defensively, cross your fingers.
And hope for the best.
He's a big body. He'll get you boards. He's tough. He'll get in your face. He'll do all of that stuff. But there's a couple of teams out there, by the way. Boston's one of them. And I don't know that Boston needs to make moves. I mean, in order to I think, be better than Philly, regardless of what Philly does moving forward, Milwaukee, some of those other teams in the Eastern Conference, like Boston needs to get better in that sense. But like Portland's just chilling. They're like the wood, man. They're macking and hanging. They ain't doing nothing.
I feel like I'm not breaking any news. I want to do some research before I say it, but I feel like I heard Norman Powell resigned. Is that true? Did you hear that at all?
I remember Tony Snell. I know that was a thing. I don't think I heard about
that
Norman Powell.
Update on where it was. Enes Kanter won the 24/7 championship at the Mecca, Madison Square Garden.
Oh, okay. That makes perfect sense.
Ripped off his jacket and he had a Celtics shirt.
Makes perfect sense. Yeah. Perfect sense. That's what it was. I want to talk more about the teams that are standing still, particularly teams like the Blazers. Are the Blazers daring Dame Lillard to ask out? I want to talk about the Clippers as well. We haven't heard a peep regarding Kawhi Leonard. Is that a big deal? Is it nothing? What ultimately is it? And what player did I see last night at the California Classic that got my attention? Yes, Norman Powell did re-sign 5 years, $90 million.
Okay, look at me looking that news. Okay.
Did you break that news?
Yeah, I'll take it.
Okay, Kenny. You can have it.
You 90 for Norman Powell. Jeez.
Yeah, you broke the news that Woj tweeted 2 days ago. Good job, Casey. Well done. At least it actually happened this time, as opposed to previous news that you broke in here on D'Lo and KC. Tony Xypteras is going to join us at about 1:50. And what player I fell in love with last night at the California Classic, and want to see get a two-way contract. We'll talk about that as D'Lo and KC continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Twitch users, sorry, man. Not sure what's going on there. I did notice a big drop off in viewers, and it's this. Twitch is having. They've had a couple of issues the last 2 days. Yeah, they just for some reason the feed cuts off, and then it rejoins automatically. So, sorry about that.
I'm watching Cancer win the 24/7. This one kid is so stressed out that it happened, and he gets rolled up by our truth.
Our truth. Yep.
Vince. Oh boy. Don't even get me started on Vince.
Enes Kanter.
No, you come here and be a heel.
God damn it, pal! You could be the next Iron Sheik.
He's doing them poor. Who's the guy that? Oh man, the guy that came back. This is so bad of me. This I ain't even gonna say it because this is what Vince wants. But he's back and he's got the two guys with him. He's feuding with Drew McIntyre right now. Because I was about to say something else. I was like, I'm not.
I did some research one day. I can't remember the number, but it was pretty crazy. Prior to Jinder Mahal winning that championship, prior to that singular match, in like the previous 2 years he was with the company, he had won 3 matches. If I look hard enough, I could probably find the article that I wrote. But he was like 3 and like 97, or it was just something terribly absurd. Here it is. I found it. Googling is easy. Let's see. He was since returning to the WWE on August 1st, 2016. He won the title in 2017. Jinder Mahal has wrestled 78 times. Of those 78 matches, he won 9 of them. 2 of those 9 matches were tag matches. The remaining 7 victories prior to his championship, he had beaten Heath Slater, Jack Swagger, Darren Young, Sin Cara, and he had beaten Curtis Axel 3 times.
Oh my goodness.
During his previous stint with the company as a member of 3MB, Jinder Mahal wrestled 53 times. He won once. In 2013, Jinder Mahal wrestled 115 times. He won 8. So in the 4 years leading up to Jinder Mahal winning the championship, he wrestled 246 matches. He won 18 of them.
Oh, man.
Nope. Never saw the great Khali again.
We have a little bit of a
more breaking news. Where are the shoes? Where are the shoes?
Like I said, man,
I'm with
crazy,
it.
Man. He's crazy.
Yo, we can't see him?
It's a moment, man.
Wow. I'm Damian Barling, joined by Kenny Caraway, the coward, who refuses. He refuses to go get the new shoes and show us here the shoes that are getting him thrown out of the house. He refuses to show them. Damn shame. It's that bad, huh?
It's that bad, huh? Came through with this one. I thought it was a pipe dream, but shout out to Jordan.
Does it have a little tag on it?
I don't know.
Look! He's so embarrassed by it, he won't show us the shoes. Look, we've seen the back. Think about this for a second. We've seen this man's backyard, but he refuses to show us a pair of shoes.
I mean,
wow.
I didn't think he was gonna come through, man. Like I said, I ain't giving up. I was like, hey, man, we was just talking this all.
No. Don't mind. Don't mind us. Don't mind the people who put food on our table. All the people watching on Twitch and YouTube and listening on Odyssey and ESPN 1320. Don't mind us. All we do is all they do is put food on our tables and keep us employed and all that. And all we're asking. Oh, here we go. I see the Queen walking in, and as Kenny's unpacking the new Odyssey exclusive stations are curated for sports listeners like you. You'll find your favorite artists on Odyssey too, on the all-new artist radio stations. Check out the new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's and Geico. I'll let you know what player at the California Classic I sure like seeing last night. Go ahead, put him up to the camera, big fella. Let's see him. Okay, some off-whites. Yeah, some Carolina off-whites. Okay.
My man's came through, man. We was just talking. I was like, ain't no way. How you gonna do that?
Jazz is going. Yeah, Jazz is definitely gonna throw your ass out of the house. Absolutely.
You should have seen the look she gave me when she brought the shoes.
And rightfully so. Look at he's gonna floss with him on social media later. He didn't want to. By the way, for those who are not in the sneaker world, there's an app called StockX, which is basically like a stock market. I'm just providing some perspective for people who aren't in on the shoe game. Now there is an app called StockX, and it's basically it is what it says. Like, it treats shoes as stocks, and you can resell shoes there. They get inspected for authenticity, and a pair of the off-white University Blues that Kenny Caraway just showed us on camera. Last went for, in my size. Let me see, Kenny, what's your size? What size shoe is that?
I think these are 11 and a half. I don't know. I don't know what he sent me, but
they last went for $2,375.
Let's be perfectly clear. I definitely didn't spend $2,000 on them. It was a pretty penny. It was about as much as I've ever spent on a shoe, but it wasn't $2,000. I can promise you that. I'm not spending $2,000 on a shoe.
Hey, you ain't got to put them up to the camera one more time. You ain't got to explain nothing to us. You ain't got to explain nothing to us. Like, come on, you ain't got to explain anything to us. Again, the retail value of the shoe you see on your camera right now. It's not the retail value; it's the resale value because you can't get those through retail. $2,375.
That's when my man hit me, and he was like, "Yo, okay." What you when he said, "Oh, he was just talking," and I was like, "Yo, he's just crazy." And he said, "Let me see what I can do. This is what it would be if I could." I was like, "If you could do it for that, then hell yeah." Shout out Jordan Brad, man.
Sometimes I dream that he is me.
No, wait a minute.
You got to see that's how I dream.
So for
I dream, I move.
And you don't even got to say the shoes. For comparisons, the ones that are similar to those, how much are those going for? I just want to know.
Okay. I will play along with this game, and I'll just point out I did not pay a single dime for this pair of shoes. I've been fortunate through the last decade and some change in my life, and these shoes were actually a gift to me after
somebody love you.
Well, they were a gift from a similar position as yours after a previous radio show I hosted came to an end. And I got a box.
That would make me feel better.
The shoes were in there with a card that said, I'll paraphrase, F them. And the particular shoe along the same lines that.
They're more for sure. I'm going to say double.
$5,268. $5,268.
That's got to be double.
Never in a million years would I even remotely consider paying for that.
Nah, man, it's just.
What's the most? Is that the most that you've ever paid for a pair of shoes?
Yeah.
Do you want to divulge how much it was?
No.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. I'll tell you the most I ever paid, like, and I'll own it. And because it's a great shoe, I love it. It's gorgeous. Every time I wear it, I get compliments on it. Like, it's a gorgeous shoe. But there was a stretch where LeBron was coming out with the shoe through the designer Kith.
Yeah,
and he came out that one year. I missed. I missed the initial drop. There was two pair of shoes. One was all white, and then one had it was mainly white with like some floral of green and golds with like some red in it, similar to his high school jersey, just with the red at it.
The Vincent St. Mary joint.
That one, they're both gorgeous. I chose the white ones, which was a huge mistake on my part. I was able to get them for. I think I got them for like $450, and that's the most I've ever paid for a shoe.
Yeah,
by far, that's the most I've ever paid for a shoe. Again, they're gorgeous. That shoe right now on StockX is, I think it's probably $1,000-$2,000. The one that I didn't get, which was right about the same price at the time, is now in the $7,000 to $8,000 range, and I'll never ever own it.
Ooh, and
horrible choice on my part.
And look, maybe I'm not a sinker reseller. I actually thought about dabbling in it, but I don't have the excess cash to do that type of stuff. But what happened I got a buddy of mine works for Jordan, and he's always looking out, and he'll just hit me up. It's kind of what happened here, but not necessarily, not really, because nah. But he'll hit me up and he'll be like, "Hey, do you want these off-whites? Like, I can't give them to you, but you can get them for retail, like $250 or something like that." And I was like, yeah. And typically, I think he does that because he knows I'm not going to go sell them, right? Well, he don't really care, but I'm not going to go sell. I love my shoes. Yeah. I'm gonna wear my shoes. I'm gonna keep my shoes, and that's
the thing with mine too. Is I would never, again, because who they came from, I would never. You can't put them. You can't put them out there. That destroys. That destroys trust. That destroys everything. So Kenny Dunn came up here, folks. Kenny Dunn came up.
Little birthday love.
Jazzy ain't got nothing to eat, but that's fine. You know, I mean, if you need to bring Reese over, I'll make sure Reese is fed for the next month, since Kenny dropped Kenny dropped everything on them University Blues there.
Jazz, she brings up a good point. She has gotten me a good pair of shoes. Now she's done that, and she's done with buying me shoes. She said, "I'm not doing that no more."
And rightfully so. When you got people, you shouldn't buy shoes anymore.
Yeah.
At least you should try not to. I got stupid. I told you I got a pair on the sneakers app. If it's a drawing, I'm gonna enter it, because I know I ain't good. I was shocked as anybody else when I found out I got a pair of the 4 cements. That's cool. Wow, wasn't expecting that. I wasn't expecting that.
Those are fire,
but I'll take it. I'm trying to figure out a way to wear them to brunch or to Top Golf or something. Like,
you got to do that. That's why I can't even. Events. As you can see, as I'm getting bullied by my significant other, that's why I don't even enter no more. Because just in case I win, then I got to explain that.
Yeah. Well, you got some splaining to do. As do I. As there was another player in addition to Davion Mitchell that I really like. By the way, Tony Xypteras of the Kings Herald going to join us in about 20 minutes here or so. I didn't realize he was the second leading scorer, so this probably won't come as a particular surprise to anybody, but I thought Matt Coleman was graceful out there. Now, I'd like to
explain. Go ahead.
The first half. The first half, I was really locked into him. And I didn't I feel like he finished with 14. I feel like 10 of them were in the first half.
Absolutely. Maybe 12.
Okay. I was really locked into and I think Kenny's laughing because I remarked to him, like, man, this kid is good. Yeah. And then it got a little busy in the second half, but I was really locked into him in the first half, thinking, I'm asking, where did this kid play? Like, where's he from? Like, he can go.
Wait a minute. Something just came to me.
Okay.
So you said Coleman.
Mm-hmm.
And to be perfectly honest, like, I like Coleman too. Like, I'm interested in seeing him tonight and in Vegas because there's a lot about his game that I like. But you're talking about how it didn't go well in the second half. And I was like, oh, yeah, Damian left. He probably didn't get there before the game ended. You didn't see.
Oh, I did.
Oh, you saw.
I did.
The shot.
I did.
The shot that Mark Spears.
Yeah, I saw it.
Said, quote in a tweet. I don't know if he quote in a tweet, but quote in a tweet, perhaps the worst jumper taken in the history of the NBA.
Yeah. It happens. I don't, again, first half Coleman. Like, I liked it. I mean, was crazy, that bro. Was that in the final seconds of overtime or regulation?
Yeah, it was overtime.
But yeah, I saw it. That was one of the, I saw it. Mark Spears, cool piece of work for that too.
That was crazy. But I do like his game, though. I really do like his game.
He was graceful. With one notable exception. With one notable exception.
You don't talk about that. Minor details.
It happens to all of us.
Yeah, man. I like his game as well. Obviously, the first guy that jumped out to me was Terry, the big man. You know what I mean? I really loved the energy that he brought. And he just seemed like somebody that can bring that regardless. Like, I look at guys like that, and it's like, okay, well, if he's getting buckets right now, would he be able to do that in a regular NBA setting? And some of it is like, I don't know. I don't know if he'd be able to do that. Well, he's not that. Like his thing is energy. So he's going to be there. He's going to bring that type of energy regardless if he's playing against guys in the summer league or if he's playing against name whoever you want out there. You know what I mean? If he's playing against Giannis Antetokounmpo. Yeah. So
speaking of, Kenny was moping a little bit last night. Is the man that you came to see didn't make an appearance.
Yeah, what's up with that? Bobby Jackson? Come on, B. Jackson. I want to see my man Alex
Antetokounmpo. No appearance from him last night. Jamal.
They're hiding him. They're stashing him. They haven't seen him ball out in practices, and we're just not going to play him. We're going to hide him.
Like Giannis was right. He is better than him. We're going to unleash him on the world in game one.
Yeah. No, that's what the Warriors did. They were hiding that guy. What's his name? Sletovici, I think his name. Mm-hmm. They were hiding him. They were stashing him. And Warriors are like, yo, this guy, he's next. He's next. They cut him a couple days ago.
Is Book Night playing? Is Book Night and Moody are playing? I know I read Moody was playing. Kuminga, sorry. They're both. Are they both playing tonight?
Supposed to be playing tonight. I know the last I saw from Anthony Slater yesterday, they were supposed to be playing. So
okay, I thought I had read this morning that that Moses Moody was playing, but I wasn't sure. Moses Moody. Do you hear the person in the background? Listen very closely towards the end. I swear somebody yells out Moses Malone. Does someone say Moses Malone?
Is it the really clear voice or is it the faint voice? Because I can't hear
the faint voice in the background. I feel like they said Moses Malone.
I couldn't tell. I heard the faint voice. It's almost, you know what this is like? This reminds me of these ghost shows, right? Where they had a little transmitter and they'd be like, oh my gosh, did you hear me? Just said, I'm coming for you. And they'll be like, play it back. And be like, rah, rah, rah. Did you hear it? Did you hear? He said it. I'm coming for you. That's what I feel is going on with that one. Cause I feel like I hear Moses Malone too, but I need to hear it more.
It's there. It's there. I know it's there.
On full blast. Yeah, Victor 916. He knows this is what happens in Ghost Hunters all the time. They have a little transmitter and they go, did you hear that? He said, this is my house. He said that. Play it back. You heard that. Yes, he said it. What are you guys hearing?
See, everybody now everybody hears it. We've played enough and everybody hears the Moses Malone reference. I need to know who said that. I need to know who said that on that broadcast. Like Moses Malone, for God's sakes, Kendrick. Stop it. Just stop it.
Hear it, Tony Edwards. Hear it too.
See? It's there. Everybody can hear it now. Now everybody hears it. We had an opportunity to it was great seeing so many people last night that we hadn't seen in a long time, but it did give us a chance to in person talk shop a little bit. By the way, for just those just tuning in, James Ham normally joins us on Wednesdays. He'll be with us tomorrow at his normal time slot, 3:20 for the James Ham podcast, as we affectionately call it. He'll be with us, man. If we ever get like uncensored James Ham, oh my gosh, that might be the most downloaded thing we've ever done. Like uncensored James Ham is funny. I mean, he's funny when he's on with us, but uncensored James Ham, very, very funny.
Yeah, I need that.
But we had the chance to kind of sit and talk with, you know, the people who cover the league and the people who cover this team the closest. And I know a lot of people heard Sam Amick's conversation with Deuce and Mo yesterday, and Sam was talking about Pascal Siakam. There's some talk out there about Tobias Harris. Both of those aren't like out of the just totally out of nowhere things. Like I don't know that I'm not going to go so far as to say that like conversations have been taking place between these, you know, teams about these respective players, but these discussions have been had. And they're not like these pipe dreams or far-fetched thoughts that the Kings could go attempt to acquire someone along the lines of Tobias Harris or someone along the lines of Pascal Siakam. Now, at the same time, separate conversations, I heard Toronto's not interested in moving Siakam. Now, make that of what you will. That has nothing to do with the Kings' interest in Siakam. That has to do with maybe Toronto's playing hardball. Maybe they're, I don't know. Maybe they're fronting. Go old the Pharrell joint.
I was just fronting,
but
I want you, girl.
There's stuff out there involving all-stars in the Sacramento Kings, or at least big names in the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah, I look at the Siakam thing, and I'm not sure why, if you're Toronto, you would want to. I shouldn't say that. He's a good player. He's a great player. So that's why you want to hang on to him. But you've shown signs that you want to move on with people at that position. When you talk about a Scotty Barnes, you talk about an OG. You've shown signs that this guy isn't necessarily in your future. Or if he is, he's not core, right? Mm-hmm. Like you prepared for life after Siakam with some of the moves that they've made. So I don't know why. I could understand if Toronto doesn't necessarily want to move on from him, but it's not, well, we can't even have talks about him. It's not that, you know what I'm saying? So I don't, if I was covering the team, I wouldn't be like, oh, there's just no chance they're moving him. I'd be like, I don't think so, but if you bring the right package together, maybe he could be moved. That's the way I could kind of see the Siakam thing.
Yeah, we may not be calling around the league to move Pascal Siakam, but we're listening to conversations that are coming in towards us. And I mean, the Kings have the assets to pull this off, as we are all very, very, very well aware of. And they have a need for both of those, for one of those players. Yeah. Whether it's Siakam or Tobias Harris, it fits. It's not like a trade for the sake of making a trade. It's not like, okay, we're just swinging at every pitch that comes our way because we really need to make a big swing and try to hit one out of the park. Right. No, like this, they're waiting for the perfect pitch. This one makes sense. They thought they had something executed with the Lakers. It didn't work. Okay, there's some other things out there. Let's see what we can ultimately do. Whether it gets done, I have no idea. Transactions can be officially announced on Friday. You're going to get a flood of tweets on Friday about the Philadelphia 76ers make it official. The Golden State Warriors make it official. This team makes it official. That team makes it official. You're going to get a flood of those on Friday. And I wonder if things kind of die down till then. And then that's when we hear trade talks have picked up across the league once some of this stuff gets official.
That could be the case.
And can be officially announced.
Yeah, that absolutely could be the case. Can I mention another scenario that I heard about from, guy that I talked to, NBA, he's connected.
Shoe guy?
No, not my shoe guy. Shout out to him though. But they talk about Buddy to the Lakers and involving the Mavericks. And there's some semblance, basically, I won't get into the nuts and bolts of it, but Porzingis coming to Sacramento. Do you think that would be like terrible, dead and gone because Richaun Holmes is here, because Alex Len is here? Or do you look at it as a situation where, like, okay, I'm not going to completely rule it out because possibly Porzingis and Richaun Holmes share a different type of real estate on the court?
I definitely think they do share different real estate. And I think I don't know if knock is the right word regarding Richaun, but what is most Kings fans' concern with Richaun?
A little too small.
No one ever says that about Porzingis. No. So if Richaun can have the real estate to work offensively, Porzingis could help down there defensively, stretch the floor a little bit. I don't know if, we had a list of 3 yesterday, and it was Tobias and Siakam, and it was John Collins. But we can remove John Collins from the list as he signed his extension with the Atlanta Hawks. There's no sign and trade conversations there. He's going to be a member of the Atlanta Hawks, and I think that's the right move by the Hawks. I mean, if we're going by the rule of 3 and you got to have a third name in there, I guess Kristaps Porzingis is the name we can insert. But he'd probably be last on my list. I probably would go, like, if I had to rank the 3 names we talk about, the most now, inserting Kristaps Porzingis in this conversation, I'd probably start with Tobias, then go to Siakam. And if Siakam was healthy, Siakam would be first. But I think Tobias can be more immediately impactful than Pascal Siakam can. Porzingis would be the third. I'm not as down as Porzingis on some other people are, but I feel like Monty and specifically Luke would have to have a very specific strategy for Kristaps Porzingis because of his position, because of his skill set, and because of what you just did in free agency.
And to be honest with you, I wouldn't be against it because, like what I said the whole time, there's going to be guys coming back with warts, right? Kristaps definitely has his. It's a swing. It's a swing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If number one, as down as I was on Porzingis last year and down as I was on Dallas, and I didn't think they were that good or whatever the case may be, I think he still went for 20.7 rebounds a night.
Yep.
I mean, I'm not sure how he did that because Luka hogs the ball, but 20 points, he got 20 points a night. Like, he's still capable, even where he's not where he was in New York, still capable of getting 20 points a night. Yeah. So I'm not going to sneeze at that. But there's a risk involved. But that's especially with the foundation, I feel, of the Sacramento Kings, kind of solid when you talk about these other guys that I talk about, Davion, I trust him, Fox, Halliburton, Harrison, Mo Harkless. There's a foundation. You can come in and you be like, Kristaps, if you don't work, we're not necessarily just falling off the face of the earth. You can help us go to another level. But I don't think if Kristaps doesn't work, they fall off the face of the earth.
Let's talk to Tony Xypteras about all of these Kings moves. Tony Xypteras, of course, of the Kings Herald. He joins us next here as D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I think Tony's getting in on the stream. Didn't even see him. Yep, that's my bad.
Tell him if he wants, he can call back later.
Yeah, for sure. Make sure I got Tony's name perfect. You're going back tonight, aren't you?
Yeah, I have a slide up there. Damn, the Kings are dead last in total rebounding and defensive rebounding. That's not good. It's actually terrible. How you gonna be that bad at defensive rebounding? They're good on the offensive boards. Oh, no. This is the other way around. Or is this giving up offensive boards? No, this is getting offensive boards. Yeah, they were bottom of the pack.
Kid Cotton got us on the radio today. Okay. All right.
What's up, Kid Cotton?
Let's go.
Use your imagination.
Yeah, I guess so. I always try to think of that, like, okay, try to paint a picture here.
Brian, I don't know when I'm wearing these, to be honest with you. I don't know. I will wear them, though. I'll wear my stuff. I wear my shoes, man. They're shoes made to be worn.
Oh, Tony says he hasn't gotten the link yet. Shoot.
Have you seen those like pictures where the people who don't wear their shoes and how the shoes just disintegrate, or they like split and open up.
Yeah, I've seen that before.
I'd be hot. I'm gonna wear these shoes. Keep them fresh. You don't wear them.
Yeah.
Giannis was bugging.
Let's see. Sent. Tony. Concerned. Tony said he didn't get the link, but I sent it. Oh, there he is. There's that handsome face.
Hold on, let me get over here. Hold on 1 second.
Tony, pot that up. Boom. Nope, don't want that. We want that. Tony, what's happening, man?
You guys hear me all right?
We got you, brother.
Sir, what's up, Tony?
How's it going, guys?
Good, man.
Tony has done it again.
Long time ago,
the
Tony did a podcast.
Yep.
On the limited upside. Remember
yeah,
that
that was a long time ago, Kenny.
a long time ago. My buddy Ben Epstein did that one.
I was actually thinking back to that time, and I was wondering how because you weren't with SB Nation at that time. But
No.
so where was Ben Epstein from then? How'd you meet him?
I worked with him at this basketball facility in LA,
gotcha.
and we just became friends and always talking hoop.
You guys were at Golden One last night.
Mm-hmm.
How was the atmosphere? How was it?
It was fun. It was fun. It's always a good time. It's pretty. I don't want to say festive. Yeah, it's festive at Golden One in the summer. Like people are just like really happy. It's the happiest place on earth.
Yeah, Davion's getting MVP chance already. So.
Oh yeah. Shoot right now. Hold on, guys. Hold on 1 second. Thrilled that you're here with us on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Of course, you can listen on the Odyssey app. You can listen on 1320 AM wherever you are. We're thrilled that you're here with us on ESPN 1320. And we're thrilled that Tony Xypteras of the Kings Herald is with us. Tony, what's going on, brother? How are you?
Davion, Kenny, doing good. How are you guys?
Good, man. Good. I think I broke news to Davion one time before, and he didn't know. You're on the East Coast, right? You're in Boston, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. So let me ask you off the top, what have you heard about Tristan Thompson, this whole deal? Is it happening? We had Keith Smith on earlier. He said it seems like it's still happening, but I don't know what's the holdup. Have you heard anything out there in the belly of the beast?
Well, I know James Ham has been saying repeatedly every time people bother him on Twitter that it is going to happen. It just hasn't been announced yet. I will say, just from maybe a local perspective on Tristan Thompson, the stuff on him out of here was not great. Both, I guess I would say from a media perspective, and then some of the stuff you would hear from the locker room with him. Of course, there were also players that came out in defense of him when all that stuff was going on. But I would just say that Boston, and I'll speak for the fan base anyways, is not too sad to see him leave.
From a Kings perspective.
Boston and Tristan Thompson, just the vibes, the personality. That's not a good.
No.
He ain't Marcus Smart.
Yeah.
In fact, if there was an individual who's the opposite of Marcus Smart, it might be Tristan Thompson. But from a Kings perspective, Tony, do you think that he makes sense here?
I don't, and maybe I feel that way even more so now that Rashawn Holmes has re-signed and Alex Len was brought in, and you've got Nehemias Queta on a second round contract. To pay $9 million for a now third string center, if you put Len ahead of him, and I would, it's pretty steep. And I know that there was a logjam in the backcourt with the guards, But if you're going to have a third string player, like let's just assume here for the sake of my argument that Tristan Thompson isn't going to be on the court every night. If DeLon Wright would also not be on the court every night because of the players in front of him, I think DeLon Wright is a much more versatile player. So if you're going to just exchange players that will not be on the court every night, I think I'd rather have DeLon Wright's versatility than Tristan Thompson's, considering how many options the Kings suddenly find themselves with that center.
I'm gonna make a little bit of a case for Tristan, because when we talked to Keith Smith earlier, he said one of the things that Tristan still can do is guard bigger bigs, your Embiid, your Jokic, the guys that stay around the basket, and he's a good rebounder. And that led me to looking at what they did last year. Kings dead last in the league in rebounding. Total defensively, they were almost last offensively with rebounding. So when you talk about Tristan, that is one of his strengths, and that's one of the drawbacks that Rashawn had last year as far as like guarding bigger centers. Do you think maybe having a mix and match, or we'll see if Rashawn is hanging in there against Embiid? If he's struggling, we can go to Tristan. I know they got Lynn there too as well, but do you think that is a purpose that Tristan could serve with this franchise?
Yeah, I don't think Tristan Thompson is unplayable. And I know something that Monte McNair gave Luke Walton a pass on for his performance last season was how little depth that Walton had off the bench. And Walton doesn't have that excuse anymore. And Walton didn't use that as an excuse. I'm just saying from the outside looking in,
Right.
Monte McNair has given him a ton of depth, at least at center and guard. The wing situation is still a little bit interesting. We'll see what Monte McNair does there in the coming days. But Tristan Thompson as a spot minute guy, or if Len or Holmes goes down, is perfectly competent. So it's not going to be a situation where you have Hassan Whiteside giving, you never know what you'd get from him last season. I think Tristan Thompson is at least a good upgrade over what Hassan Whiteside gave the Kings last year.
Hassan signed somewhere today.
Utah,
yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, that's Utah just got more exciting because who knows what happens when that was part of the fun. Is like, what will the ball hit him in the hands and then go flying into the second row?
Yep.
Who knows? You got to tune in to see. What do you think about some of the other things that the Kings have done, specifically Terrance Davis, Mo Harkless, guys who Monte McNair acquired at the trade deadline and then brought back? I thought Mo Harkless was a long shot. Terrance Davis, I thought maybe a possibility, but Monte was able to bring them both back.
Yeah, what I thought was interesting about both of those moves, and I guess we should have expected Terrance Davis would be back this entire time, because when the Kings acquired him, they acquired him with his restricted free agency rights. So there is some assumption there that this is a guy McNair sees on the team long term. But we also heard McNair at the end of the season, his end of season press conference, he talked about how much better he thought the Kings closed the season out. And I know one of my fears was that maybe Monte McNair would put too much stock into how the Kings performed at the end of the season when they were beating up on some bad teams and they were missing Fox. It was kind of a weird way that the Kings ended the year. And I think now you're seeing that Monte McNair actually did value those minutes and games quite a bit, because, like you said, he brought back Mo Harkless, which I wouldn't have thought. I thought he was sort of just a throw-in trade at the deadline. But Harkless played okay for what I don't think he should be a starter for this team next year. But as like we were talking about earlier with getting Luke Walton some depth, as a veteran wing who can still defend, and he actually is not as old as you would think, because it feels like Mo Harkless has been in the league forever, but I think he's only 28. But I think that just points to McNair rewarding the guys who won him some games at the end of the season last year.
What do you think about Terrance Davis as a ball player? I'm always pretty bullish on him. I'm a big Terrance Davis guy as far as what he can bring on the court for this team. Where do you see him as being a possible guy that can be, I don't want to put the award on him, but a strong six-man type guy off the bench? We always talk about here in Sacramento, when you talk about guys coming off the bench, Bobby Jackson. Does he have that capability to you, or do you think that he's just kind of another player just kind of hanging on in the league?
I think he's better than that. I think he can be a rotation player, and he's obviously still young enough to improve. I know this is something that Jerry Reynolds always says on the podcast that we do with him at the Kings Herald, that Terrance Davis is in a weird way sort of Buddy Hield insurance. Not that Buddy Hield isn't significantly better than Terrance Davis, but if you are not optimizing Buddy Hield anyways, if you are moving Tyrese Halliburton into the starting lineup and Buddy Hield would be sort of your microwave sixth man guy, it's better maybe to pay that guy $4 million like the Kings did with Terrance Davis than paying Buddy 20 plus. Obviously, Buddy is a much better player, but is Buddy $18 million better? I guess is the argument Jerry would say, is that, hey, maybe you pay a little bit less and you get worse production, but he can still give you some offense off the bench at a much cheaper price so that you can use that cap space elsewhere and fill some other needs.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Tony Xypteras of the Kings Herald with us here on D'Lo and KC. Do you think Buddy is here game one of the regular season?
I don't. And it's mostly because McNair already tried to trade him once. Yeah. I think if McNair had his way, all of this would have looked a lot cleaner. I know at the draft, when Davion Mitchell's name was called, there was a lot of, I guess I would say, confusion or just that worry about the logjam at guard. But if Monte McNair had his way and we look back on it, Buddy Hield wouldn't have been on the roster on draft night, and Davion Mitchell's fit that everyone sort of freaked out about for a moment would have made a lot more sense. And I do think that is still McNair's plan, because it's hard to see where all these guards get minutes. So that being said, I have no idea where he goes at this point, because teams are starting to finalize their rosters heading into the season already, and trades will certainly happen, but there's very little cap space left. So it'll be really interesting to see where Buddy Hield does end up, because I do think he ends up somewhere else.
Play a hypothetical trade with us for just a quick second, Tony. We've talked about a number of different guys, with this trade, a trade proposal that we have solid and outstanding here on D'Lo and KC, and that's Buddy Hield, Marvin Bagley, and some form of 2 first-round picks. Like if it's a pick swap or if it's protected, whatever, 2 years of a first-round pick. And a couple guys that we have that we would give that offer for. One was John Collins. He's gone now. Mm-hmm. But we talk about Pascal Siakam, and we talk about Tobias Harris. And there's another guy, I don't know if he would get this same trade proposal, but another guy that I'll just throw in there for argument's sake, Kristaps Porzingis. Which of those three, with getting rid of Buddy and Marvin probably in the same deal, would you be willing to take a chance on, all things considered?
I definitely prefer Pascal Siakam and Tobias Harris. That being said, I wouldn't say no to any of those players, because I think the Kings desperately need to rebalance the roster. And Monte McNair has been preaching since he got here, and even more so as the time goes on. He wants to build a playoff team. He wants to win now, and the roster needs rebalancing. So you might have to give up more than you like to do that, unfortunately, because the Lakers trade did fall through. And it's all going to depend on what those first round pick protections are. If the picks are lottery protected, I care about them significantly less, because you can go out and sign role players, which is what you are mostly looking at after the lottery. What the Kings can't do is go out and sign the top end players in the league. And that's where you really need the lottery picks. You really need those ping pong balls to work in your favor so you can be something. So if those are lottery protected or even top 10 protected, I'm okay giving what you have to if you're going to return someone like Siakam or Tobias Harris. And like you said, Porzingis, a little bit less interested, but even Porzingis, if you're just trading Buddy, Bagley, and some minor draft compensation for the sake of rebalancing the roster and trying to win this season, like McNair has said he wants to do, I think those are options you definitely have to explore.
Yeah.
You're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. We're live on Twitch, we're live on YouTube, and we're live with Tony Xypteras of the Kings Herald. What are they missing right now with 2.5 days, I guess, of free agency in the books, the draft now behind us? What do you feel like the Sacramento Kings are missing?
I think they're missing at least one starter in the front court, whether that's Harrison Barnes playing down at power forward or Harrison Barnes sticking at his primary position at small forward. I think if the Buddy Hield trade did go through as McNair intended, Kyle Kuzma would be your starting 4 on opening night. So I think that hints to what McNair thinks the team needs as well. I don't think they're going to rely on Marvin Bagley again. There's been reports that he might be traded as well. So I do think if you're looking at what the Kings need, it's either a wing or a power forward type to slot in there next to Rashawn Holmes and whichever guards he decides to start among all of them. And then Harrison Barnes' versatility actually helps the Kings here because they can fill either spot at this point. And I think we're running out of time in free agency, that McNair will take whatever he can get, whether that's a 4 or a 3, but someone who he feels much more comfortable about in that starting lineup than Marvin Bagley.
There's still a little bit of work to be done here. We mentioned, I think that power forward spot is probably the number one spot and the number one priority. It needs to be upgraded. But they've done a number of different things so far in this offseason, re-signing Holmes, some of the free agent acquisitions, bringing guys back like Mo Harkless and Terrance Davis. I think I'm in the minority here. I say, and I'm sticking with it, if they would have had the team they finished the season with, I think they get into the playing situation. They're almost bringing that team back with a couple of minor upgrades. Let's just for argument's sake, say Bagley and Hill stay here with this particular team. Do you think they have enough to get into that postseason, that play-in tournament as is, or do they need a big shakeup still to even get to that level?
I think they do have enough, but I don't think McNair should rely on that. I think you're seeing like the Spurs got much worse. Memphis Grizzlies traded Valanciunas. They might be a little bit worse. And like you said, the Kings only missed it by about 5 games. And health is also an important factor with this team. I believe the Kings were only 3 games under 500 when Richaun Holmes played. They were significantly worse without Richaun Holmes. And like you said, Kenny, they had 0 depth at the beginning of the year. It was almost as if they weren't trying to win, which is weird because then they went on to make some win now trades later in the season. Again, I wouldn't count on this being enough, but if they do make the play-in with this roster, no one should be shocked because 10 teams make it. And 3 teams in the West you can already kind of count out. And the Kings have enough talent and are trying to win now. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't bank on it, but they certainly could.
No.
Game 2, night 2 of the California Classic tonight. Anyone outside Davion Mitchell really stand out to you last night?
Yeah, I heard you guys talking about it. Matt Coleman and our guy, Emmanuel Terry.
Mm-hmm.
Both those guys were a lot of fun. I said this to someone else. Coleman reminds me of Marcus Thornton. Just he loves to shoot. And he's got that weird like herky jerky drives to the rim. And I hope we see Keita tonight. I hope we see Antetokounmpo tonight. My fellow countryman there. But I'm wearing the shirt today. If you're not on the stream, you can't see it. I got my Victory in Vegas shirt from 2011. I'm a big Summer League guy. I love the Summer League. So I enjoyed that game last night. I'm excited for the game tonight. And some of these undrafted guys, again, it's only been one night, but Coleman and Terry both look fun. So we'll see what happens.
What'd you think of Davion and just seeing him out there on the floor? And I know it's a different setting in Summer League, but you got a good eye. You can evaluate his talent. What'd you think of what you saw last night?
I thought he looked really good, and I was actually most impressed, I think, with his ability to create his own jump shot. I knew he could attack the rim, but I know there were some questions about his 3. He looked very confident shooting that. Obviously, the pressure he put defensively was fantastic, and he looked as advertised. I think there's no reason why he can't come in day one and play a lot of minutes and play very well. We've seen Kings draft picks in the past come in and not play well in Summer League. Davion Mitchell, for a Summer League debut, that's got to be one of the best we've seen in Sacramento in a while.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Tony, we might have to get you on the roster, man. You sound like a radio show host.
I appreciate that, David.
I'm saying.
I've thought that since since you joined us, almost a year ago here at this time. Like, man, Tony a radio guy. Like, they calling for it in the chat. Like, man, maybe we need to. Tony, make some calls, man. Get Tony on the roster.
I'm down anytime. You guys have been very supportive of me, and also you guys are killing it. I don't need to tell you that. You don't need to hear from me, but you guys have been, from when you started to now, just crushing it. So I'm happy to jump on anytime.
I appreciate that, Tony. And just as a bit of an audition, your thought on the setup man for the San Francisco Giants, is that enough? Do they need to go get somebody, a Rule 5 guy? Your thoughts?
What's Papelbon doing? That's about my. Wow. I got my Red Sox from like 2004. That's about it. I can get you John Timlin. John Timlin was a good setup guy back in the day.
Tony, we appreciate you. Always great work here and always tremendous work over at the Kings Herald, man. We appreciate you so much. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Anytime. Thanks guys.
All right. That's Tony Xypteras of the Kings Herald right there. Great stuff from him as D'Lo and KC roll along here. And rightfully so, man. Everybody's raving about Davion Mitchell. Everybody's raving about what we saw last night and looking forward to tonight. And I'm with you guys, man. I'm hoping to see Alex Antetokounmpo. I'm looking to see a few names we didn't see last night. And Jamias, I think, he hit the injury report late, so I don't know that he's going to play tonight.
Yeah, I mean, from what I read of it, Bobby said it wasn't nothing serious. It was just a little soreness. I don't know if he's going to play tonight either, though.
Right.
So, I mean, I would have liked to seen him. We saw Robert Woodard. Jury's out on Robert Woodard. Jury's out. But same thing with Jamias, though, with Woodard. I think he needs a lot of time down in Stockton, a lot of time on the court and developing his skills. I know some people are high on Woodard. I don't know if I'm as high.
What about Louis?
Louis had a rough night yesterday. It wasn't like a bad night. He just didn't go off the way I thought he might. But that's still my guy. Still my guy, Louis the King. I hadn't seen him in person before, obviously. That's a tall dude. And I have him listed at 6'7". And the way that he plays, and he plays like a guard, and they can do stuff, with the basketball and all the wing. He looks more like 6'9" out there. He looks, maybe it's just my eyes deceiving me, but you
do need glasses.
Big out there. I do need glasses.
You do need glasses. We've been over that. Another big topic of conversation last night at the arena wasn't just the Sacramento Kings and free agency, but it was free agency in general. And one popular thing to do is who's winning and who's losing free agency. Obviously, we know who Kenny thinks is winning free agency.
Okay, late show.
But I'll pose this question to you as we dive into some other teams here, some other things happening around the league. And a lot has happened. Kemba Walker, we had mentioned John Collins. Kemba Walker's with the Knicks. There's some things that we haven't touched on here, but are the Lakers, a lot has been said about their age, the unique construction of this roster after acquiring Russell Westbrook on draft day. But are they, or should they be, the favorites coming out of the Western Conference?
Hey man, I know we've had a lot of fun in the last day or so, and this is going
okay. Go ahead. Whose side is he on? Go, come on now. Just say it. Get it over. We all know.
Jokes. But the Lakers have done some good stuff this offseason, man.
Whose side is he on?
All right.
They have. I can't be mad. When they first did the whole thing with Russell Westbrook, I was like, this is stupid. They don't have no money. Like they need shooters. These guys are going to play like it's in 1985. They're just going to play 4 feet away from the rim all the time. That's not going to work. But getting Wayne Ellington, getting a guy like Malik Monk, getting Carmelo Anthony, Kendrick Nunn, re-signing THT, man, Dwight Howard. I thought they missed a guy like Dwight Howard last year.
So
I like what they've done, man.
Dwight's
but I like what they've done.
Dwight, I think, is really sneaky important, but we can't pretend like a year hasn't passed. So Dwight's just going to slide into the role he was in 2020 when they won a championship.
Yeah, the role he did in 2020 wasn't that hard.
No, it wasn't. But again, a year has passed. Like
You think Dwight is washed?
Dwight is what he is. He's not Orlando Dwight. At best, Dwight is the 2020 Laker Dwight. That's the best Dwight we've seen in a long time. But he's that again.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm saying. That wasn't that hard. All he did was go in there.
Well, we sure marveled at it.
Because it was what he brought to the table as far as just rebounding, some rim protection, and being a fake tough guy. That's all he had to do. He didn't have to go out there and get buckets. Like
Does anyone think Dwight's tough? Does Dwight think he's tough?
Dwight thinks he's tough. That's what I'm saying. Everybody else thinks he's a fake tough guy. But I don't know, man. I in all seriousness, I hate to say it because I definitely don't want the Lakers winning a championship or nothing like that. But when you talk about favorites in the West, man, I wanted to go with the Clippers, but
Clippers. Can someone check the pulse on the Los Angeles Clippers?
They trying to make sure they re-sign Reggie Jackson. They don't have a lot of money though either.
Where's Kawhi?
Kawhi doing his Kawhi thing. Remember, he didn't sign with the Clippers for weeks.
Well, yeah, that's because he was strong-arming the deal for Paul George.
Maybe strong-arming another deal.
He was playing general manager there in Los Angeles. I had a feeling last night. looking at that roster, thinking about that roster, and, I know people are joking about the ages and Ariza coming in, and I think Marc Gasol is back there. And I don't think this is necessarily the case for Carmelo, but it brought to mind I don't remember what year it was, but it was Cleveland. You remember at the trade deadline when they wiped out the entire team? I think they traded Isaiah somewhere.
Yeah,
they wiped
he made
everything. They essentially hit
Jay Crowder got traded too.
They hit the hard reset button at the trade deadline. I feel like we're going to see that again this year. Whether it's Ariza, Gasol, whether it's buyouts, whether it's trades, I think a lot of these names that we've seen brought in here are going to be dumped at the trade deadline for something else.
Well, one thing they have done is they brought in a good mix of older guys and younger guys. Like I said, you got your Malik Monks, Kendrick Nuns, THT re-signing him. Those guys are younger. Dwight, Carmelo, but Carmelo's not going anywhere. They're not going to do that to Carmelo. But Wayne Ellington, maybe they do that to him. Maybe Trevor is a perfect example. Maybe they do that to him. But I don't know.
Trevor's still getting paid off 2 steals 16 years ago.
Trevor was good for a minute. I remember when he came out of UCLA, I was like, what? This guy, no. And I was down on him for a long time. And then I think it was around Washington. He had a really good run in Washington. Did really well with the Lakers as well. So I think those days are past. They're gone. Yeah. But he actually had some good moments with the Heat last year. Surprisingly.
I miss those.
The only time he was really, really bad was here in Sacramento. He had no good moments with the Kings.
Stunner. Marco Bellinelli did here.
That's the one right there, Marco Bellinelli.
It's because you asked him to do something different. The dude is
jump shot.
He's literally a one-trick pony, and you wanted him to go out there and create shots for himself.
Do you guys know in the chat how many wide open catch and shoot?
Catch and shoot. I feel like he was out there trying to be James Harden.
He was trying to do that. He got some catch and shoot wide open jump shots, looking like our man Coleman last night, and would just brick them the same way.
Coleman didn't brick. That shouldn't even be called a brick. That should be called something else.
Marco Bellinelli,
wide right.
I think he was missing on purpose. I think he was like Tony in Blue Chips.
Okay. We'll step out. We'll come back. We got a couple of quick hits on the 49ers we want to dive into. Plus, there's some other things happening around the league, including Kemba Walker.
Ooh.
Wow. I'm curious.
Knicks tape.
I'll be back, and I'll be back alone. Kenny's going to do the 13th round, and then we're just gonna boot him out of the show. More of D'Lo here on ESPN 1320 on the way here.
Okay, Knicks tape.
I cut myself. I told you I was getting rid of you. I told you I was getting rid of you.
Damian talking about Canelo today. No. So I'm not talking about Canelo. Shout out to Mr. Tappy. I said I wouldn't talk about. I said yesterday I wasn't going to talk about Canelo, and I got away from him. Nothing to talk about, really. We've already talked about it. But what I did want to talk about was I saw that Top Rank, Bob Arum, they're out there finally getting a decent fight done. I don't want to say it's a mega fight because it's not, but it's a decent fight. It's a good fight. I'm going to be interested. I want to check it out. Jamel Herring and Shakur Stevenson lined up sometime in October to go after, I think they're in the 130 division, going for, a unification match. The problem that I have with this fight is that they're putting it in Atlanta. And it just reeks. Them putting that in Atlanta just reeks of Bob Arum or guys like him saying, oh, that was successful for Al Heyman and Leonard Ellaby and Mayweather Promotions down in Atlanta. It's a hotbed. Let's just throw this fight in Atlanta. We got 2 black fighters fighting. Let's throw them in Atlanta. It'll sell out. No research, no common sense, none of that going into it. That fight has no business being in Atlanta. No business whatsoever. That fight should be somewhere northeast. I would say preferably in New Jersey. Put it in Newark in the Prudential Center, and have that fight there. But it just really sounds like, Bob Arum. I'm just keeping it a stack right here. Bob Arum really just sounds like, we've got two black fighters fighting. We saw what they did in Atlanta. Let's put the fight in Atlanta. These guys have no ties to Atlanta. They haven't built up any sweat equity in Atlanta. Why is that fight going to Atlanta? I think Herring is from Philadelphia, if I'm not mistaken, or Virginia or something like that. Why is this fight going to Atlanta? Put it in the Northeast. Do your job, Bob Arum and Top Rank, and actually promote Stevenson the right way and build him up to be the star that he potentially could be, instead of just saying, black fighter, let's put him in Atlanta. It works down there. Lazy. Maybe it's a small detail to some, but I see them being lazy again, and that fight has no business being in Atlanta. They'd have much more buzz if it was up north in New Jersey. Hell, if you want to go to New York, do that too. But I have no idea why they're putting it in Atlanta. Makes no sense. David Jackson says, no COVID restrictions in Georgia. He don't care about that. He really doesn't. To be honest, he could care less. I'm telling you what it is. He saw Tank Davis. He saw Leonard Ellaby and Mayweather Promotions do what they did with Gervonta, where they're selling out State Farm routinely. And he goes, we got two black fighters fighting. Let's put them in Atlanta. Bad job. Bad job by Bob Arum and Top Rank. But what else is new? 13th round. Yeah, 21st. Damn, that's like 2 weeks away. Fight party, Jesse. You might have to pull up, bro. Spence, I don't know, because he's so laid back. He's pretty chill. He's not very charismatic. So that would be a rub, as we like to call him wrestling. That would be a rub. If he can get Pacquiao, that's a rub right there. So it would help him. We haven't done these in a while, Damien.
Appreciate you for being with us. We're only a handful of subscribers short of 1,000 over on youtube.com/ESPN
right now.
Make those calls, send those texts, send the links, post the link on Twitter, youtube.com/ESPN 1320, and get us just a handful more of subscribers. I don't know why that number 1,000 is so it's 9. We're only 9 short.
It's a nice round
Get that
number.
9 in there. Let's go. Can I get a 9er here as the day rolls along? Speaking of, let me make a quick mention here that you can download the Odyssey app and discover hundreds of new exclusive music stations available now for sports and music fans by sports and music fans. The new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's and Geico. We'll get back to the Kings. We'll get back to the NBA, but my partner got a little excited when I said a 9er, though I wasn't referencing a 49er. It's been quite a eventful couple of days of training camp for your boys.
Oh, boy. Business is picking up down in Santa Clara. I mean, we were seeing the video yesterday as we were getting off. Trey Lance is making waves out there, in Santa Clara. We have people like, look, I'm not trying to put this on him. I'm not. I'm really not. That's not what I'm trying to do. But we got people like Benjamin Albright, NFL writer, talking about he's hearing people at camp and people that he talks to in 49er headquarters talking about Pat Mahomes 2.0. Oh, yo, this, like I said, I'm not putting that on him. But when you see the highlight of him dropping back, you see the highlight? He dropping back, going to his left, fading back, 40 yards on a rope. He got that. I'm just going to say he got that. Now, look, Let me say this.
You can barely contain your excitement right now, and it's funny.
Well, I want to ask you a question.
Okay.
Ask you a question.
Okay.
People when they hear stuff like this and they hear people like myself or, fans of teams and stuff like that, and they see stuff and they're talking about, oh, you got to calm down. So you're putting too much on it. Da-da-da. Hey, man, if he's going to be good, he's going to be good. What I say right now has nothing to do with whether or not he's going to be good. I didn't say he's going to the Hall of Fame. I didn't say he's better than Patrick Mahomes. I'm just saying I like what I see. And people are like, oh, you're doing too much of a practice and all this other training camp. Look, man, hey, if we're not able to get excited, what are we being fans for?
Well, you wouldn't be fans. You would just be the guy making the voice. That's all you'd be. I'm all for.
Couldn't get excited over seeing Davion Mitchell last night. Then what's the point? Why are we watching these games if we can't watch these people and think the best, hope for the best?
Be excited, man. Do it.
Oh, I'm excited. Trey Lance, number 5 jersey need to happen.
Do we need to chill with the? Yeah, I'm gonna hold that. I'm gonna let that question linger out there just for a heartbeat. A question that I didn't ask. I got a question coming for you as it pertains to your boy Trey and your man Kyle. But we've got some people patiently waiting here.
Davion, lightly.
I'm a broadcast journalist. 916-349-1320. Let's start with our man Mitch in New Jersey. Mitch, what's good, baby?
Mitch.
How's it going, guys? First of all, Casey, you're sweating a little bit.
Absolutely not. We've gained on our lead since we last talked, Mitch. Absolutely not.
All right, just the opposite. That's why I'm on this side of the phone. I like what the Kings did and the Bulls. I mean, really, Bulls, they have Zach. They got themselves Lonzo Ball. Was he afraid to play with his better, younger brother?
I didn't need him. Didn't need him.
So, I mean, Lamelo, I think he's a point guard, but he's more of a two. He might be more of a two. Lonzo.
He's a combo guard. He's a combo guard. He can play both positions.
That would have been a great pairing. LaMelo is never going to see the time of day on a regular season game.
Yeah, LiAngelo, boy, Mitch. I feel like we always catch Mitch off guard. I feel like the time his boss called him. I go to Mitch just because I'm just curious what's going to happen. Like whenever we get to Mitch.
Remember that his boss called him. That's hilarious.
I think he was referring
5:30 almost out there, man. This is prime time.
Yeah, and that's what you get calls from the boss. You got to take them. Let's get to fellow Laker fan here, KC.
They ain't no Laker
y'all brethren. Ain't no brethren. Ain't
none of that going on here.
Big Al, what's good, buddy?
Come on, KC. Come over to the light and dark side.
Ain't no come on, Big Al. Ain't no come on. You see what it is over here at Sacramento all day. This is the last time I give you guys any compliments.
You're a local tried and true. I respect it. I'd be totally objective with your 49ers because I don't hate anybody. And you're absolutely right. I think the kid's going to be really good. I do. I absolutely believe that. I think he's going to really help the 49ers long term. So I ask you guys because I was on the golf course, had a little competition around there. So I wanted to find out. My son texted me and said, "Hey, Dad, Buddy might be in play. There's some rumored 5 to 6 team deal going on." And he made me, I thought, what? I started searching everywhere. I couldn't find anything.
Yeah, there's a report out there from The Athletic that Spencer Dinwiddie could somehow become a part of the Russell Westbrook stuff.
Yeah.
And then that would make it a 4-team deal that somehow includes the Nets and the Pacers. I'm not sure how Buddy gets involved in this, but I guess it's out there somehow. I'm not sure where it is though.
Well, apparently, from everything that I'm hearing, The Lakers still want Buddy Hield, and they're still trying to.
How does it feel to want? No,
That's
what my mom used to say to me when she absolutely wasn't going to buy me anything. How does it feel?
Well, my mom would say you can want whatever you want.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, like you can want Buddy, but you ain't got nothing for us. So you better.
So this is where the other teams come into play. And from what I can gather, from what I'm hearing, the big holdup is nobody wants Dennis Schroeder for what he's asking or what he thinks he should get. Lakers want to do some form of a sign and trade, all this other stuff, involve teams. The only thing they really can do is sign and trade Dennis Schroeder. And nobody wants him for that price tag.
Has anyone taken a bigger L than Dennis Schroeder?
It's hard to find somebody.
Like it's going to be a cold game in a few weeks to figure out the amount of money he might have lost.
Mm.
And I don't relish stuff like that. I'm not trying to clown the dude.
I hope the markets bounce back a little bit. He ain't gonna get that, but I don't know.
Where? It ain't there. How did he, and I'm not even going to fault Dennis Schroeder. How did his people not know? How did they not check the landscape of this league when they told the Lakers no to $84 million? How did they not look around and go, yeah, really, in all seriousness, if it comes down to Schroeder and Lonzo Ball, which one would you rather have?
Lonzo.
If it comes down to Schroeder and Kyle Lowry, which one would you rather have?
That one's a little tougher.
Man.
But I get your point.
It's brutal. That's tough.
I get you. To answer your question, it probably is Kyle Lowry. I mean, Kyle Lowry
Kyle Lowry was the free agent target of this offseason.
Yeah. Kyle Lowry is proven in the playoffs.
Man, he's not the first. He won't be the last. He got some bad advice headed into this free agency period, man. Mm-hmm. Dennis Schroeder got some really bad advice headed into this free agency period. Because there's just no way. There's no team in the league that can afford him, or that would even want to afford him. I think
he might have to do it on like a one year prove it deal. That may be the move.
You do 1 year prove it deal. You know who else signed a 1 year prove it deal? 15.
Well,
didn't work.
No.
DeMarcus been on 1 year prove it deal since he signed the first one.
Yeah, but he might not have no choice.
I got
about Dennis Schroeder.
Yeah, I know. I don't think he's going to have a choice. I don't think he's going to. LaMarcus Aldridge is already considering a return. So,
well, I hope that works out. I'd be nervous.
I hope brother's healthy.
Yeah, I'd be nervous watching him. But they say the doctors gave him a clean bill of health to be able to come back and play. So
I guess I'm just catching on a couple of things here. Mike D'Antoni is joining the Pelicans
in New Orleans, yeah,
as a coaching advisor.
Well, that's what he does now.
He advises coaches.
Yeah, he did in Brooklyn. Now he's doing it in New Orleans. Jason Collins also in New Orleans.
Can I tell you a story?
Oh, yeah.
It's just a short story about David Griffin once offered someone a position in his organization, a completely unspecified position. Like, we want you to join the organization. Okay, what do you want me to do? You name it. Well, wait, what do you mean? What do you want to do? GM, scouting? Like, what do you want to do? We'll create a position for you. He just creates stuff and puts it in his front office, and I feel like that's exactly what he just did for Mike D'Antoni. Do the Sacramento Kings have a coaching advisor?
No.
He says without being able to laugh through the sentence. Who has a coaching advisor? What is Griffin? What is Griff doing?
I don't know. I really don't. But
all right.
I will say this. Take a time out.
Oh. Wow. Okay.
Your boys have reached 1,000 on YouTube. Shout out to whoever made that 1,000 happen.
Let's go. Let's go. 1K, what, since February? Oh, that's dope, man. That's dope.
Much love, man. Much love to y'all, man.
We appreciate y'all, man. That is huge,
We gotta make sure
for
we bring
us.
that heat. If y'all subscribing, you're subscribing for a reason. So we got to keep bringing that heat.
That is correct. I promise you, we will do everything we can to not suck. We will continue to ride. And these are, the beautiful thing is these are 1,000 real people. We didn't go to webuyfollowers.com or the wanna be famous link that always pops up here in the chat. That's legit, man. That's pretty exciting for us. And considering I have a call with the boss today at 4, and he probably wants to just scream at me for some behind the scenes stuff. I can always drop this little note in there and be like, hey, we hit 1,000 today, like right in mid yell. I could just drop the, hey, we hit 1,000 today. Isn't that pretty good? That's not true. Danny in San Francisco does not yell at me at all. He is not that type of boss. But I do believe he is very, very agitated with your boy. Because I ask when I don't understand something, I'm the type of I'm the guy who would be in the meeting who hears stuff he doesn't like and ask questions that the entire company would be annoyed with. I'm just like he legit. We had a meeting the other day. He's explaining something, and I'm just sitting there on the phone. And he knows when I'm quiet, something's wrong. And he goes, I don't think, Damien, I know you're not feeling this, but it's like, I don't get it. Like, I don't get it. And he would go on and be like, yep, I don't get it. And then we hit the hit the point of the conversation where he goes, let's forget it. Let's just talk offline.
Damien, he's like, this is stupid.
I don't know how to I got to do better. I have to do better than that. I really do. But yeah, I don't hold that stuff back very well. So I know I got the 1K nugget to drop, man. So thank you all for that. That's a big deal for us over here on the stream, man. And we're so proud of what we've been able to build here together on YouTube and Twitch and all of that good stuff.
Yeah, man. Shout out to everybody that supports. Shout out, hey, everybody did their part, man. But I got to give a big salute and shout out to John Bull, man, because he was like pushing, like getting it out there for us, man. So thank you, brother, for real.
Yeah, that's dope. Anyone who's ever tweeted, retweeted the link, shared it, posted, whatever you guys did. And shout out to Twitch too. We're growing over there. It grows at a different rate. We get a different type of love on Twitch because we work directly with the company on that one. So that's good stuff there too, man. But thank y'all, man. That's pretty awesome. I have no clue what we were talking about.
We were talking about Dennis Schroeder and his bet representation.
Let's leave Dennis Schroeder. Yeah, forget it. Who cares? Let's go back.
It's a punch. No, I was just saying it's a bit of a punchline. It's a bit of a talking point. But in all seriousness, he's not gonna get what he was thinking. But I hope he gets something, man. I don't want to see that man.
I mean, he's not out the league.
Nah, man. But like you said, it's tough to see who's gonna give him anywhere close to that type of money. But I hope somebody does. Let the brother get chipped off a little bit.
Okay. I mean, he's gonna be in the league. I just don't know I don't know what someone's gonna pay him. It's not even a question of what someone's gonna pay Dennis Schroeder. I don't know who's gonna do it. I don't know who's gonna pay Dennis Schroeder.
In the right situation, that we're not in that situation, but in the right situation, I'd love for him. He'd be good here in Sacramento. He's a good guy off the bench. The Kings have a starting guard combination.
You're replacing one Buddy Hield with another because he doesn't think that he's a good guy off the bench.
But he is routinely accepted being off the bench in his career and being that type of guy. But he's never accepted it.
Does he work in Philly? He's a slight.
He does work in Philly. But I don't think Philly got the money.
Philly definitely doesn't have the money.
It'll be a sign and trade situation.
Yeah, it would. Was it Big Al? It wasn't Big Al. I think it was Mitch. Mitch brought up Chicago. The Chicago Bulls. Chicago Bulls
No, the West.
they were a talking point last night, and I think I'm okay mentioning that we were talking with Jason Jones, your former partner on the LA Live Vibes podcast.
LA, stop it.
J Street Vibes. Sorry, my bad. Your former partner on the J Street Vibes podcast. And he's a big Alex Caruso fan. He just kept saying this team is redundant. Like they just got a bunch of guys who do the same thing. Well, but they got the flashy headlines. They got the Lonzo Ball. They got DeMar. Like they got everyone's attention. But then when you sit down and you look at it, you go, okay, what did y'all just do? What kind of team are we assembling here in Chicago?
I don't know what they're doing.
I love the Lonzo Ball signing because I think he can lead a team offensively.
That was a great sign, a really good signing. And then it just started getting crazy when you talk about Caruso and Kobe White, and then you talk about DeMar DeRozan. Now I like DeMar, but you got Zach LaVine. Well,
yeah,
let Zach LaVine rock. And DeMar, I'm baffled. I'm baffled by what was going on with Chicago. What is going on with Chicago? They got good players though. Like that's what I will say. They have good players. I like the players they brought in. I just don't know what they're going to do. I was talking to our guy, Manny. Manny was in the building last night and we were talking about this. And he was like, they think marketing may be able to net them something if they can sign and trade and do something like that to balance out the roster. But I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe I'm a little confused because I like Kobe White. And it seems like where's he going to get tick? It's going to be 3-guard lineup is going to be Lonzo, LaVine, and DeMar. And then you got Caruso, Kobe White. A lot of minutes around there.
And I thought White had earned. I thought they had a nice little combo right there.
I thought he did too. I did too.
Well, that's not our problem. That's not our problem. But they're a team that got all of the headlines. Of course, they had the 3:00 and 15-second signing with Lonzo Ball, and then it was just kind of team after team, player after player after player, free agent after free agent, free agent. Do you think a lot of the free agent movement is done? Oh, let me rephrase that. Do you think a lot of the player movement is done? Free agency is obviously I know we're 2.5 days in. God, it's almost over. Like, no, it doesn't exactly end. But we've seen the big signings for the most part already. Kawhi Leonard hasn't signed. I'm guessing he will with Los Angeles, and I don't even know who could even potentially afford Kawhi Leonard at this point outside of Los Angeles. But do you think there's more player movement as the transactions become official on Friday?
I do. I think trades will be made for sure, or finalized officially. Hopefully one here in Sacramento. We'll get taken care of. Actually, hopefully more than one here in Sacramento. But I think there is some player movement. We got Summer League coming up. I think Vegas starts Friday. So you're going to have people talking, or around Las Vegas and different executives around. So you could see some deals there. I think the big ones are done out as a free agent. The next big wave of player movement would have to come trade. I think we see one or two of them, but somebody like a Ben Simmons, I don't know if we see Ben Simmons moved at all. I don't obviously think so. Dame, I don't think we see that. I think for the most part, the big names are done being moved.
So you think Siakam stays in Toronto?
I do.
I think that little note we got last night probably has some.
He's more so traded during the season or at the trade deadline or something like that. I just think though, I think Toronto will go into the season and see what it looks like, and then make a decision.
Did another team get your attention? We could call it free agency, but we can really lump in the draft. Is there another team that got your free agency, let's just say, over the course of the last week?
Not necessarily. I mean, I like the Knicks being able to get Kemba Walker. Kemba's another guy where kind of in that Porzingis mode where you look at it like, oh, he's done, he's cooked or whatever. I think he averaged 19 points a game last year. You know what I mean? Like that's 19 points a game going to the Garden. Now, can he play night in and night out? Probably not. So you're gonna have to be aware of that. And he's going to a guy that often doesn't seem aware of that in Tibbs. So you got to be aware of how he can hold up. But I like that move from them. They had another signing that was kind of puzzling. What was the signing? It was I thought they overpaid for somebody. It's like, what were they doing on that one? I can't remember that one, but you got New York, Miami. Obviously,
that's the one I was going to ask you about. Yeah,
Miami. I don't know if they addressed some of the things they need. They didn't need toughness, and they got toughness. They needed somebody who can play. Now, Kyle Lowry fits that mold, but I don't know. He's the way we're talking about. He's 35, 36 years old.
Oh, I think I just thought of the landing spot for Schroeder.
What are we talking about?
Is it New Orleans?
Could be. It could be.
Is New Orleans the landing spot? Like I'm like, that makes, unless I'm missing something, and if I'm missing something obvious, forgive me. Like that could make perfect sense.
Yeah, they need point guard help. Absolutely.
I don't know where a sign and trade lives with the Lakers and the Pelicans in that sense, because I don't think it's something the Pelicans could do outright. I feel like they probably already would have the second they lost Lonzo, got turned down by Kyle Lowry. But that might be a place in the league where he makes complete sense. A team that I really like, I think they had a really good week, was Golden State.
Yeah,
I thought Golden State had a good week
too,
dating back to the draft.
Absolutely.
And
can't wait to see those guys today, man.
Yeah, for sure.
Hopefully see them both. Seeing Kuminga and Moody last night would have been great.
It would have been. Yeah, it would have been. But they're scared of Davion Mitchell, which is fine. Like I can't. Yeah, I mean, I don't blame them. Like, hey, we ain't gonna put him out there against Davion Mitchell. We're not gonna do that. But we're gonna step out. I had teased the question. I want to revisit some things. I want to get back into the Tobias Harris conversation. We'll reset some stuff for those who are just tuning in on the radio and on the Odyssey app. And I teased the question about Kyle Shanahan and your man's Trey Lance.
What you talking about?
We'll dive into that as well as D'Lo and KC continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
House show.
We might skip the house show today, man, just to say thanks. I'm looking at all the messages coming in. Dude,
yes.
that's I know it seems, silly. That's a big deal that we just got to 1,000 subscribers. So y'all created something for this company that didn't exist before February. Like, and I'm not talking about you created something just for D'Lo and KC. You created something for the entire company that did not exist.
That's right.
A handful of months ago. So it's I just can't stress how big of a deal it is, man. So thank you so much for that.
Oh, snap.
Oh, I mean, John Bull.
Hey man.
I mean, I do. I can't, you got the two behind. I do got one in the refrigerator though. You know what it is. Yeah, it's gonna be a champagne weekend for sure. Go ahead.
Let me slide. Yeah.
It's gonna be a champagne weekend for sure. Got some things going on Saturday that I'll pop the Luke for. I'll pop the Blue for, and then we got that brunch at London. If y'all want to come hang out. Now, Top Golf is free, and I haven't talked a lot about Top Golf today because I don't know exactly what I'm supposed to say. All I know is we're having a party at Top Golf, and I'll get it all worked out today. I would love, especially, and I'm saying this on the stream, as many of you because you guys are the ones who kind of hang out every day, as many of you guys who can make it would be cool. Just shoot me a note, let me know that you could come. I'll absolutely make sure you all have first priority to get in. We might be planning a couple of things for August 14th, but I should have some more clarity on that today. But yeah, we have that brunch on Sunday at London that comes with a bottle of Bel Air. 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock at Topgolf, 8 p.m. after the 49ers game. We're going to get into that. Yeah, after 49ers game, and we'll be out there for a while. Oh, I mean, we could do that too. But we're more of a Luke Belair Blue family, man. Why drop two bills? I mean, and I ain't gonna lie, the Dom is good, but man, that I don't think you could see it in my screen. That white bottle, man. Those white bottles, that Lux is my absolute favorite. I was even drinking that in GA. So good. Yeah. All streamers matter, John. Every single one. So we're everyone gets in. Everyone gets in. Okay, no, but that's all right. Topgolf it is. We appreciate it, Manny. Manny, it was good seeing you last night. Good seeing you last night. Oh, let's go. Okay, Ryan, that's what's up. Let's go. It's good stuff. August 14th. Yeah, August 14th, Saturday night. Okay, Andrew. We see you. What do you do, Andrew? Like, do you work for Dom, or you work at you own a liquor store? No, we ain't gonna make the folks on Twitch pay. We ain't gonna do that. Jesse says YouTube's free, Twitch is $5 to get in. I mean, Twitch do complain a lot. They do complain a lot. They're a bit overly sensitive. Bit sensitive. John, man, I need to get you over here to the house so bad. I'm just waiting for one. I need one more thing to arrive, and then we could work on that little plan we were talking about. I'm literally waiting for the centerpiece to arrive. Yeah, can't miss the girl's birthday, man. That's okay. We're gonna have a lot more of these on the way. A lot more. We riding here, man. We having some fun. Appreciate you for being with us on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. And we appreciate you being with us on the Odyssey app as well. If you want to be a part of the show, many ways you could do it. You could dump in the chat house on either one of those streaming channels, or you could hit us on the phone lines. 916-349-1320. I mentioned this to you a moment ago and want to get back into it. Okay. We were talking about the 49ers. By the way, well, let me throw the question at you first so I don't have to leave you hanging anymore. Okay. You're talking about Trey Lance. You were glowing over the big throws. Come on, the highlights, the tweets that are going out there. Patrick Mahomes 2.0.
I didn't call him that.
I know you didn't.
I'm just saying that's what people are saying. Let him just be Trey Lance 1.0. That's all I'm saying.
I have several questions related to this topic. Question number one. Should Kyle Shanahan maybe pump the brakes on this no quarterback competition talk? Now, I'm not saying he has to go to the podium and say, yeah, did you guys see that throw? F Jimmy, it's wide open. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, I feel like he's proclaiming, no, I don't see any way that Jimmy Garoppolo isn't the starter. No, Trey's not going to be the starter week one. Hey, let's get through camp, because if you look around the league, situation has developed in Indianapolis. I know Indianapolis, at least I think from what I hear, sources, my sources being Get Up, say, me, the one guy that watches it. Indianapolis is thinking Phillip Rivers. Come back, save us just for a little while until Carson is ready. Now, Carson might be ready in 5 weeks. Mm-hmm. Carson Wentz might be ready in 12 weeks. Mm-hmm. And then the old popular conversation of bring in Nick Foles. as if Nick Foles isn't terrible. But the one time he was good is when he was the backup for Carson Wentz. So I guess there's this universal belief. Nick Foles in Chicago, bad. Nick Foles in Jacksonville, bad. Nick Foles as Carson Wentz's backup anywhere, good. Maybe Indianapolis should think, who has an expendable quarterback? Somebody get John Lynch on the phone. Let's see if they're willing to start their rookie week 1.
I mean, I hear what you're saying. I do. I understand. And we all know Foles will be no good. You know,
it's terrible.
I don't know why the people.
And by the way,
charade. Actually, I know why. But
Nick Foles all but begged for that job the other day. The Chicago Bears should be ashamed of themselves. He's the third. It's QB1. Justin Fields, the real QB1, and then Nick Foles. He's the third string quarterback, and they made him available to the media. Why? So he can be asked a question about the Indianapolis Colts or about Carson Wentz, and he went out there and sang Frank Wright's praises and this whole, he gets me. He understands me. And you guys, you saw what we did the last time we were together. You saw what we did. And it's like, wow, this is Nick Foles, who was retired before playing for Philadelphia, like publicly begging for a job with Frank Wright. Or perhaps publicly begging to get the hell out of Chicago, where he knows he's never going to serve a purpose.
Yeah. I look at the whole situation, and I'm just still not ready to pull the trigger on trading Jimmy Garoppolo this year. Not ready to pull the trigger on making Trey Lance the week 1 starter. I mean, he could tear it up in practice. He could tear it up in preseason all he wants. I still want to ease him in here because we're talking about the franchise. That's what he's going to be. That's what we drafted him to be, the franchise. Ease him in there. No need to throw him into the lion's den right away. Jimmy is a very, very good quarterback, more than adequate. I think you can do a lot of great things this year with Jimmy Garoppolo. So you listen, you think about it, but at the end of the day, you keep Jimmy Garoppolo right there in San Francisco for this season, and you try to make him the starting quarterback.
Offer you a first-round draft pick next year. No,
we got to think about it because now you're talking about when Jimmy leaves, you're not going to probably get a first-round pick anyway. But
what do you mean?
Like if he leaves and he plays this season out, and you try to trade him next year, probably not going to get a first-round pick. So, yeah, maybe you think about it for a first-round pick. But I'm listening. I'm not actively pursuing. That's all I'm saying.
So there is no reason, barring injury, no reason for anyone other, no matter what you see, no matter what you read, no matter how excited you get over the course of the next month, there is no reason anyone other than Jimmy Garoppolo should be under center for the San Francisco 49ers week 1.
I wouldn't say it that definitively. I would just say I'm not at the point where I'm ready to make the change.
Okay.
I'm not ready. I'm not to make that call. Run it out there with Jimmy and do what happened. We got our man Jay Stahl on here talking about Jimmy is a very good quarterback, laughing at it, talking about Cap. What they saying coming to America? He beat the Rams' ass numerous times.
Javon is a Rams fan. These two go at it virtually all year.
He beat the Rams' ass.
He did. All right. I just wanted to ask a question. One other thing.
Nick Mullins was beating the Rams' ass. He didn't need Jimmy for that one.
Okay, you getting in your feelings. Season's a month away. Can we pace ourselves? I'm talking to you and Javon both. I'm talking to John Bull as well. There's a lot happening in the chat here. We're a month away. We've got to.
It's almost that time. It's almost that time.
Y'all got to pace yourselves, man. Your blood pressure gonna be high by week number 1.
We gotta pace ourselves for that extra game too, huh? Burn out a little earlier this year.
Yeah. They 17th game and the extra playoff game, right?
No, we got the extra one last
playoff.
year.
They didn't bring it back?
No, it's coming back, but I'm saying we got used to that last year.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm always
weird.
Well, like I'll be wrong on records all year talking about. I guess the good news is the Cowboys can't finish 8-8. It's
I got
guess
my
they
eye
could
on the
be
quarterback.
I guess they could be
Cowboys.
8-1. Of course, that would be an upgrade for Mike McCarthy.
I got my eye on the Cowboys, man. I think there's a lot of talent on that team. And I hate to say that, but they got a lot of talent.
Mike McCarthy, that's their coach.
Now, I think we feel the same way about Mike McCarthy, but we have to be fair. They did get to numerous playoffs, some NFC championship games in Green Bay. Mm-hmm. So it's not inconceivable that he can do the same thing. He just can't win the big one. Now, he actually did win the big one time, but that was an aberration. He ain't winning the big one more times than not, but he can get to the playoffs.
Okay. Spencer Dinwiddie is headed to the Wizards. It is via sign and trade. And that's all we got from Shams. We will bring the rest of the deal when we have it to you. I don't think it's a 7-team deal, as Big Al was alluding to earlier, or if it's a 4-team deal like The Athletic was writing about. But once we get confirmation on what exactly it is, of course, we'll bring it to you. But Spencer Dinwiddie, just never got to see what he looked like with this. That's just a weird thing that plagued that Brooklyn Nets team all last year, and even through the playoffs, where injuries, and we never really saw the team is constructed because so many guys were in and out, and how that's ultimately I think what led to their downfall in the playoffs is they couldn't get healthy.
Yeah. That would have really helped them if they had Spencer last year. That would have been huge.
One other 49ers note. Are you I want to get back to basketball here, but one other 49ers note. Are you confident? Are you feeling good about what you're reading about D Ford? We were trying to convince D Ford to retire last year. Now, just because he's in training camp, that doesn't necessarily mean anything. But he is out there on the field. He's back to working. It's better than not having him.
I mean,
you're unmoved. All right.
So I'm just saying this. I'm hoping that D Ford can stay healthy and play all year. I absolutely doubt that's what's going to happen. I have no confidence. I won't have any confidence that D Ford can play the entire year until he's played every game of the season and it's the last game of the season. Even if he goes 17 weeks straight playing, I'm like, well, you're about to get hurt soon.
Jeez. All right. Give the brother benefit of the doubt.
I don't want to, maybe it's a defense mechanism. I don't want to believe. I can only hope. I want to believe.
Okay. We'll keep hope alive, brother. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damien Barling. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you so much for watching and listening wherever you may be, Twitch, YouTube, Odyssey, or on the radio on ESPN 1320. Night 2 of the let's finish this off here real quick. Shams following up on Spencer Dinwiddie. The Wizards are sending a second-round pick and a draft swap to Brooklyn to acquire Spencer Dinwiddie, pairing him with Bradley Beal in Washington. Bradley Beal. Yeah, I think so too. Bradley Beal was tweeting emojis earlier, and I feel like y'all. It's always a bit questionable when someone tweets emoji. It's like, all right, what's he? I think it was the thinking emoji. I'm thinking. Did Bradley Beal mean by that? Maybe he was thinking, Spencer Dinwiddie. That's a nice little pairing right there. Didn't they also acquire like Kyle Kuzma and Montrezl Harrell and Contavious Caldwell-Pope?
Yes, they did.
It's not a bad squad.
No, not at all. I like what they've been able to do in this offseason, all while keeping Bradley Beal. And a lot of people thought that was not something that they'd be able to do. For the longest, people were like, well, Bradley Beal's on the market. We got to be ready for that. Nah. He's not going nowhere. He wants to stay in Washington. I meant to speak on something a little earlier. Gave us a little clarification. I don't know if you saw this.
Okay. Tristan Thompson deal still not done?
That is absolutely, that deal won't ever be done. Never in life.
Sorry, go ahead.
But Mark Stein tweeted out earlier, he said, teams, remember, are allowed to announce 1 or 2 year minimum deals before the end of the NBA moratorium, which is why Philadelphia was able to publicly confirm its signing of Andre Drummond today. I mentioned that because he says, once again, teams are allowed to announce 1 or 2 year minimum deals. Rashawn Holmes' deal was a 4-year deal.
Mm-hmm.
So that may explain why Rashawn said, whoops, got to delete this tweet.
But no, it probably more explains why someone called Rashawn Holmes and said, Rashawn, you've got to delete that tweet. Though Mark Stein says teams.
Yeah, but
Philadelphia actually announced, like the Philadelphia 76ers team announced a signing.
But I don't think and you would probably agree with this, I don't think they want the players doing it either.
Sure.
And that also explains why Melo was able to do what he did, because I'm sure he's got no more than a 2-year deal.
Yeah.
Wow.
And technically you could say he didn't do anything. He just tweeted a logo with
with the damn Lakers logo. Okay, Lake Show.
That's a different tone than you had yesterday.
Okay, Lake Show.
Kenny said, man, he's trying to turn babyface again. Just watch it. These sneaky heels, they make you think they're coming up. Remember when we thought Vince McMahon was turning babyface, and then he pulls the hood off and says, it was me, Austin. It was me all along. Careful with guys like that. I think that's what Kenny Caraway is doing to us right now.
I know we got a bit of a shot clock, and maybe you haven't seen this. Have you seen how like they're doing this angle with Corbin, where he's like lost everything? He's in a downward spiral because he lost the king crown.
No idea. No clue.
I shouldn't laugh at this, but he's talking about he hasn't been able to change his clothes. He's lost all his clothes. So funny.
And this is a WWE angle. This is Baron Corbin on. Baron Corbin is instant turn the TV off for me.
He is for me too, but this is kind of funny. Right. He's growing his hair out, and he's got a hairline situation. He went bald for a reason, but he's growing his hair out because he's lost it all. It's hilarious.
My third attempt to reset here. It's D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. Second night of the California Classic going on tonight. We saw the debut of Davion Mitchell. We saw the spectacular debut of Davion Mitchell for the Sacramento Kings last night at the Golden One Center. Understandably so, by the way. That Classic didn't have the vibe of California Classics in the past until Davion got cooking.
Yeah.
Then when Davion got going a little bit, it was like, all right, you're starting to feel something in this arena. There was, again, understandably so, it had a different feel and a different vibe to it. It was probably the most of the people there had been around in a really long time.
And I thought about that earlier as well. And we compare it to that one magical night when Bagley and them were out there on the floor. And I said, I got to stop doing that because it's never going to be like that again. That was a one-on-one situation. Like, the only way it becomes like that is if the Kings are trotting out the number 1 pick in the draft.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, that was also the first ever California Classic. That was the first game ever California Classic. So people were like buzzing we got Summer League here. Yeah. You had all these guys. It's actually kind of crazy when you look back at all the guys they had on the court.
And it was
Frank Mason, Harry Giles, Justin Jackson, Marvin Bagley, De'Aaron Fox played in that game. Like, that was kind of crazy. I think it'll be like that again.
I think it was the second year of the Golden One Center. So to put that in context, a lot of people hadn't been able to go yet. And now you can go to the Golden One Center for like $10.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, think of how expensive tickets were that first year.
Right.
There were a lot of people who weren't able to go. Shoot, there's probably still people who haven't been able to go.
Mm-hmm.
But that California Classic was a chance for people to get in, to see the Kings, to see actual Kings players, like guys who could wind up, who will wind up on the roster, like a lot of guys who will wind up on the roster. And you get in, the food was out there. You get to experience the arena again for like $10 or 40 if you stayed all day.
It was a major buzz that night. Major buzz going into that. But to your point, once Davion started going, that, look, no disrespect to any of these guys. We have favorites. We have guys that we like.
Yep.
Everybody was there to see Davion.
Yep.
That's all that mattered last night was Davon Mitchell. And whatever he did, that's when people were on. He's dribbling. He's probing. Is he about to? That's all that mattered last night was Davion Mitchell.
There was and again, with all due respect, there was who are these guys vibe last night. You saw a lot of people like looking up at the scoreboard, like tracking down numbers. Like, again, it's completely understandable. I had Jason Anderson was looking up, like, I didn't know where Matt Coleman was from. I was like, where did this kid go to school at?
Same.
And obviously we know Louis the King and Robert Woodard and some of the other guys, but yeah, it was the Davion Mitchell show. Now, whether that show is going to continue, that remains to be seen. Whether that show is going to continue tonight remains to be seen. As Davion apparently was feeling some cramps there in overtime, and he addressed that in the post-game press conference. But he wasn't sure if he was going to play tonight, and I would assume Bobby's been instructed to not play him tonight.
Yeah, I don't think.
If it was a question last night, there's really no point in doing it. And if you want him to get some more run, he could get some run in Las Vegas.
Yeah, and it to the point that we just made, it makes me say, "Whew, this second game gonna be tough tonight. It's gonna be tough."
Well, maybe
because the Lakers don't have nobody wants to see. That's what I want to see. I do want to see Alex. Do want to see my boy Alex, and I want to see Louis the King again. And now I'm interested in Coleman and Terry. So I there's guys that I want to see, but I mean, there ain't no buzz going into this game, and Davion ain't playing.
I don't know if Louis the King's playing either. Louis the King played 32 minutes last night.
He did.
Like Louis the King shots. Louis the King and Davion played 32 minutes last night.
If Jemias plays, that'll bring a little bit of buzz.
Yeah, I'm with that. I think Alexander DeCumpo would too. But past that,
I'm gonna be on the edge of my seat.
I know you are. I know you are.
I'm telling you, I think they might not play. They might be hiding him. They might have seen something like, yeah, we just gonna sign this boy. Gonna hide him.
But I don't think they've signed him.
I know, that's why they gotta hide him.
Oh, okay. All right.
Because they hadn't signed him yet. Now the answer to that would be they could just sign him today.
Maybe they're going to break him out.
See something like that.
The championship game in Las Vegas, where we're two-time Las Vegas Summer League champions.
Yeah, could be.
If you win 2 Summer League championships, should you put up a banner? One
banner where?
In the Golden One Center. Where else are you going to put it?
Banner in the bathroom.
Like a banner urinal cake? Wait a second. Hang on.
You can put a banner in the bathroom.
Wait a second. What is going on here?
Whoa.
No, Washington, Brooklyn, San Antonio has been expanded to 5 teams, including the folding in of the Indiana Lakers draft night trade. What is happening? What is all of this?
This is crazy.
Why is this so convoluted? Washington is sending Chandler Hutchinson and a 2022 second-round pick to San Antonio as part of a multi-team deal in the Spencer Dinwiddie sign-in trade. Brooklyn gets the 2024 second and the 2020. All I'm doing is scanning this to see, are the Lakers still trying to get Buddy? That's all I'm looking in here, and there's no traces of Sacramento or Buddy Hield.
Maybe I'm in the minority, but I've always been intrigued by Chandler Hutchinson. He never really panned out in the league the way I thought he might, but that's a guy. Well, it doesn't matter because they're not. But if the Kings were involved and they got Hutchinson back, be intrigued.
Why?
He's an intriguing player.
Well, what intrigues you about him is what I'm asking.
He's got good size on him, versatility, 3-4 combo. Like I said,
Sold.
One of the things
Make
that
a move. Make a move, Monty. Ball's in your court.
Is what I saw from him in college. And to my earlier point, he hasn't really stood out in the NBA like that.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that happens a lot. Situation plays a part in that as well. Circumstances play a part in that as well. As this LaMarcus Aldridge considering a return story games traction. Maybe he didn't want to play. Maybe he finally wants to play for LA after that ill-advised free agency meeting many years back.
That was a bad
the first meeting that I have ever seen where the report was, the LaMarcus Aldridge Lakers meeting didn't go well. every time. Oh yeah, I've read LeBron James met with the Bulls, meeting went well. Oh yeah, Dwayne Wade met with the Sacramento Kings, meeting went well. LaMarcus Aldridge met with the Los Angeles Lakers. It went bad. It did not go well at all. The Lakers completely botched this. It was the first and only time I've ever seen that.
Yeah. I agree with what our guy Jesse in the studio says. He says, play Alex Antetokounmpo or we riot tonight.
Oh, okay, Philly, relax. This isn't a professional wrestling event. But they're going to have to play someone because I'm just looking at the minutes last night and knowing what we know about Davion. I don't think he's going to play another game. I don't think he's going to play tonight. And then you put Louis the King out there for 32 minutes. You going to put him back out there again? You got like 6 guys on the roster who didn't even step on the floor last night.
So, we saw DJ Stewart last night too.
But some of us did. If you were talking, you would have missed it.
Yeah.
He didn't play a ton of minutes last night.
They have guys on there like, where's my guy? Derek Walton Jr. Like, if I'm the Kings, I don't need to see Derek Walton Jr. And I mean that in all sincerity. You know what he is. I don't know what Louis the King is.
I think you hate guys named Walton.
I think you hate guys named Walton.
That's cap. I do not hate anybody. We'll step out. We'll come back. I know, KC, you like hypotheticals.
Oh, you know I do.
You know what the first thing James Ham said to me was? I walked over to him, and I don't even know the last time I saw James, but we were talking, and he goes, man, we didn't trade Buddy, we didn't trade Marvin, and we didn't trade the pick. And I'm kind of looking at him like, what's he talking about? And I'm thinking back to the last time we talked about what he thought was going to happen the next day. And I started cracking up. I was like, well, in your defense, you had the Buddy one, like you were right. It wound up not happening. But you're big into hypotheticals. You threw a what if this, what if that? So I've got one for you.
Oh, I'm ready.
What if Monte McNair swings for the fence and whiffs? I'll explain more as D'Lo and Casey continue here. We're going commercial free till the top of the 4 o'clock hour here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Oh, man. Oh, they popped big for that. And I could, he just started shaking his head like he was angry. And I'm like, what is he? Oh, that's right. We faded. That's my fault. We faded that 13 minutes in the 3 o'clock hour. We got to pick it up these last 45. I got your text. If you want to do that, that's fine. I mean, it's yours. You can do whatever you want with it.
Didn't we have another idea? Forgot.
That's Top Golf. I think it was all off the air stuff. So Top Golf was an idea. But yeah, you could do that at the arena tonight. Someone's got to stop you and say,
okay, late show
to get it.
You definitely won't get it. That's the quickest way not to get it.
Hey, King's Insight. Did I read this? Wait, no, where'd you go? Did I read someone was stealing your work? Did I read that correctly?
Hold on 1 second, Damien.
You gonna go work over there, King's Insight. If I read that wrong, I think I saw John. I might have it mixed up. If I do, don't let me start anything. What do we got here? I don't. That wasn't Louis the King that shot that, was it? Wasn't that Matt that shot it? I love Louis the King. I just love that name. Just call him Louis the King. Okay, I didn't see that. I didn't see that message from Ham. Maybe he does. I'm sure he wants to. I'm sure he felt a little electricity. What time does the game start? 5? Davion Mitchell is out on the court working out with the coaching staff right now. Okay. All right, James.
Sometimes I feel like, you sit these guys or why play them or whatever the case may be. And I get it. I know this is just like old school, rub some dirt on it probably, but just play the games. We're here to play. We're here to play. And if you can play or don't. Like, just don't even play. If he felt something right now and didn't play, why play him at all in Summer League?
Yeah.
And that's no knock on anybody, Davion, but this is like what we do now as in sports. It's like, little twins, we're just going to shut them down. We're not. What the Warriors do yesterday?
Can't play back-to-backs. Can't play back-to-backs.
Like, at the end of the day, guys, this is what we do. We play basketball.
Mm-hmm.
Play.
Yeah.
So I understand, though. I do understand, like, if he's hurt or something like that, just why risk it? But
I saw this. I saw that, Dr. David. I was cracking up at that because when you read down the thread, I think Warren tagged us in it. It's like, yeah, well, the Kings offered Fox for Simmons. Like, what are you talking about? How did everybody in the league become an expert on the Sacramento Kings when everyone who covers the team in Sacramento is like, no, that's not a thing? Like, dudes just be out there saying anything, knowing they can get away with it, thinking it won't get, thrown back on them. The Kings offered Fox for Simmons. Man, get out of here with that stupid stuff. Clowns. Yep. 8:00. Yep. 8:00. So I'll take a shot of caffeine to. Daggone right, Greeny. I haven't heard from Greeny in a while.
Yeah, man. Is he on vacation?
Did we retire the J. Will rejoiner? It's understandable if we did. But J. Will's still fam. But we may have retired that rejoiner.
Is it over there with that Dipset Anthem rejoiner?
It's over there, yeah. Dipset
Anthem is not retired. It just needs to go on break for a little bit. It's not retired.
They got the full.
No, to hell with that, Jesse. We will not slander Dipset. They had a bad night last night. I saw a video.
It's like, y'all want to go see a dead body? Over there and see Dipset.
I saw a video last night that somehow we missed where Jim Jones fell off the stage.
Oh, you go fall off stage at the Garden. You ain't allowed back in the Garden.
That was
you are not allowed.
Wells, Jimmy, and Killer Cam.
You are not allowed. But shout out to Cam for taking a pic with that Luke Belaire pink Lux back there. That Luke Belaire Rose Lux. Couple of
quick announcement.
Yep.
Because we talked about it a little bit. And, feeling generous, man. We got 1,000 subscribers, man. Y'all showing mad love. I appreciate it so much. I got something I want to give to the people. I'm going to be out at the Golden One Center tonight. And I got something. Follow me on Twitter at IamKDiddy, because I don't know when, because I haven't figured all that out. But I will let you guys know when I'm going to be giving one of these away. You guys just come see me. First come, first serve. Come see me.
I have to remind my partner that sometimes this is a radio show. Kenny's holding up a blue Luke Belaire hat.
Yeah, I was going to get to that.
Okay.
I got the exclusive, the blue Belaire hat that is not on the websites, not in any stores. You literally got to be a black bottle boy to get one of these. I got one. I'm going to be out to Go One Center. I'll have it in my backpack. and follow me on Twitter at IMKDiddy, and I'll be like, yo, I'm over here right now. First person to come over here gets this beautiful blue Bel Air hat, and just a little token of my appreciation for the love and support you guys showing us, man.
I can't wear hats because I look stupid in them, but that hat is gorgeous. Like that hat is everything. Like it's legit. So cop that. Hope y'all be out there. And Mr. Tapio, we had a chance to hang out with Jesse and his family last night for a little bit. It was a pleasure meeting you. If we had the opportunity to meet you last night, it was an absolute pleasure. And hopefully you get a chance to drop by and see KC today. Unfortunately, I'm not going to go because I can't stay out past my bedtime 2 nights in a row.
You did it yesterday. I was proud of you.
I appreciate you, man. Thank you. I was proud of myself. And then I realized, like, man, I didn't do a stitch of work on the show, man. This doesn't work.
So look, I came home and this whole thing with I-5 being worked on. Jesus. Oh man. It's about a 15-minute ride from the Golden One Center back to the crib. It was not 15 minutes last night.
Ooh, sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that.
It's crazy.
We were talking about putting in work. Davion Mitchell's putting in work right now. He's on the floor of the Golden One Center right now. Our man James Ham, who's normally with us, by the way. Right now at this time, James Ham's normally with us, but he's at the Golden One Center. And instead of doing a weird video call or a really loud phone call, he's just going to join us tomorrow. He'll join us at his regularly scheduled time for what we have just termed the James Ham podcast. Tomorrow, 3:20. James will be with us. So we got Deuce and Mo and James Ham on the same day, man. That'll be a lot of fun. Yeah. But Davion Mitchell is out there putting in work on the floor. No word yet on his availability tonight, but he is out there with the coaches getting a workout in.
Okay. I'd love to see him. If he can't go, then he can't go. But I'd love to see him out there.
Yeah. And there's a lot of people going to the arena tonight who may not have been there last night that would really love to see him as well. 916-349-1320. Let's get to our man, Poker Pro Eric. What's going on, baby?
Hey, guys. Well, Poker Pro Eric's not doing that well. I'm a little bit sick.
Oh, no.
I did get my test, came back negative, but I will not be going to the arena because Davion Mitchell might not play. That is absolutely shocking me. I understand he's got a little injury thing going. That's okay, but I am kind of bothered that the Warriors were already doing load management with their draft picks.
That was ridiculous.
It was. Well, because I understand you say it's back-to-back games, back-to-back nights, but then they have a bunch of days off till summer league, and then obviously a month until the season. So I think it was a clown decision to load manage their 2 draft picks. But I did watch on TV when I was at home sniffling, and I love, man, I mean, this is like one of those draft picks that you're going to be like, wait, they got him at number 9? Mm-hmm. And it's not that he's the best rookie in the draft. I don't think he will be. But if you're Monte McNair, Monte, you're like, this is a great pick at number 9, and that's all you can do is pick number 9. You can't let you get trade up. I think looking back years from now, you're going to be very happy with this pick. I understand a lot of fans wanted a wing. They were calling for all we did. We don't need our guard. But he is such a lockdown defender on the ball. He's so energetic. And I didn't know he was such a good scorer. I mean, he was, even before the overtime, he was lighting up. Mm-hmm. I mean, if he plays minutes, he's your guy off the bench to get buckets. I love that kind of attitude out of a guy.
Absolutely. Poker, bro. The guy's got a bag. I've been saying it. He's got a bag. He can go out there and he can get it done on the offensive end. He's not just a defensive guy, although that's where his calling card is. Like you mentioned earlier, Damon, he looks excited to play defense. Like he anticipates that's what he wants to do. So I could see a scenario where we look back, we do, maybe Belo and JC and Minnesota or something like that. 10 years from now, after Minnesota still hasn't made the playoffs, they'll do a redraft like we did. And they can come back to this draft, and maybe they put Davion number 5 in that draft.
Sure.
I could see that. That would be awesome.
Yeah. And I really hope if the Minnesota Timberwolves don't make the playoffs for the next 10 years that it's a record.
Would it be? It wouldn't. It wouldn't
be.
They made it 3 years ago.
Even
right?
10 years from now, it wouldn't be a record.
Jeez. Yikes.
Breaking news on ESPN 1320 is powered by Odyssey and presented by BetQL. Become a better sports bettor. Get smarter to beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. What if we don't have any breaking news as it pertains to the Sacramento Kings? What if all of these hypotheticals that we've thrown out there, the Pascal Siakams, the Tobias Harris, which we do believe has at least some semblance of traction. What about Ben Simmons? What about landing an all-star? What about Kristaps Porzingis? What if none of that actually happens? What if Monte McNair has swung for the fence and he's just whiffed? He hasn't been able. He's trying, but he's waiting for that perfect pitch, and he grounds out the third. If the Kings don't land an all-star, if the Kings don't hit a home run on that big swing, to continue the baseball analogy, are we disappointed?
There's a level of disappointment, sure.
We've put a lot of pressure on Monte McNair. Like, you've got to fix this. Like we said yesterday, Sacramento Kings 21-22 slogan. Now. That's the slogan. Not the past. The past. Look to the past for the present. 35 years. No. Sacramento Kings. Now.
Now.
Right effing now.
Well, they put that across the street from the over on Polanco's Cantina.
Then
right,
people,
right effing now.
People will know we're serious. Right now, Monty. And I don't know if there's a belief that if a Tobias Harris or if one of those big names comes back, that it's like, okay, he's serious. Like, I can look at what he's doing and say, my man is serious. Like, he's busting his ass. He's working. We've seen some things that we've liked. We've seen some things that we question. We're waiting to see, if there are multi-layers to this Tristan Thompson thing. Perhaps he is acquired. Maybe he's a more tradable asset. Maybe there are more teams that are looking to land a Tristan Thompson versus a Delon Wright. I mean, I feel like he's working. We've seen the Buddy Hield stuff fall apart. We saw what he tried to do with Bogdan Bogdanovic last year that fell apart. He's working, but we have put so much pressure on him for this to be the year that we're tired of waiting. We don't want to be told to be patient. We don't care that it's a new regime. You decided to keep your coach. We've got De'Aaron long-term. We drafted Tyrese Halliburton. Now, are we disappointed if we're walking in, essentially, if we're walking into game 1 of 82 with this current lineup?
There's a level of disappointment there for sure. Absolutely. But I feel like Monty has done everything that's in his power to change this situation. And it's almost not in his power because you need Rashawn Holmes or Mo Harkless or whatever to actually agree to do these type of things. So it's still relying on somebody else. But those are your guys. It's a free agent situation. You can pitch them however you want or offer them, what you can, whatever. That's something that's more so in his control, as opposed to swinging for the fences, trying to get a Tobias, trying to get a Pascal Siakam, Kristaps Porzingis. Now you're at the mercy of not only another team and another group of guys agreeing to that, but then being able to make it happen financially with the cap and all this other stuff. So he can try, he can want to all he wants. But if the other side isn't saying yes, that's not necessarily his fault. You know what I mean? He's put the trade proposal out there. He's maneuvered the money and maneuvered the pieces around what will work. He's done the job on his end. Now you're at the mercy of another team. And that's something where, like I said, it'll be disappointing because it didn't happen, period. But that's not something where I look at Monty like, you didn't get the job done for that particular situation.
Okay.
Because I tell you, like you just said, it don't matter if he goes out and swings for the fences and misses and all this other stuff. I don't care. If the playoffs or the postseason aren't a part of what's going on with the Kings tomorrow or next year, it doesn't matter. No matter if you swung for the fences and hit. If that don't result in the playoffs, I don't care. It doesn't matter if you missed and then you get in the playoffs. I'm not going to remember that you missed. I'm going to remember that you got us to the playoffs.
No, sure. This is perception wise. right? Like, because you said this a minute ago. What's wrong with being fans? Like, that's what we're doing. We're talking in a fan sense. And maybe that's the better way to throw this question out there. Have we? Because we know Monty ain't talking. Have we, as Kings fans, put ourselves in a position to where we're just going to be hurt?
No,
we set the bar high. We set the bar high for an all-star. We think Siakam is available. We were told yesterday Toronto might not be interested. We were told by someone they don't think Toronto was interested in moving him. They've been told, like, people are inquiring. We're not moving him. Tobias, I think, might be a little bit more likely. We've put the bar up there with Tobias. I don't know how Monty or anyone feels about Kristaps Porzingis, but I don't know how the league feels about Kristaps Porzingis. But we've put the bar. I wonder, are we the Daryl Moreys? Have we set the bar too high? Are we Daryl Morey and the Kings are Ben Simmons, and we've set the bar too high for what we expect?
No, we want him to go out there and try and get one. At least this is what I can do. I can take from it. We want him to go out there and make the attempt, put an honest effort out there to get one. Once again, you can't force anybody to deal with you. You know what I mean? If they don't, hell, what? Okay, look, we spent some of that commercial break getting on some random New York Knicks reporter who was talking about, De'Aaron Fox, maybe they should go after him. Hell, what if we're the New York Knicks reporter? What if the Raptors really have no intentions on?
Well, that's not, okay. That's fine, but that's not fair because the New York Knicks reporter followed, and that's fine. Like, he was like, "Hey, maybe we could acquire." And I think he mentioned De'Aaron Fox and Eric Bledsoe, which is funny. Like that, those two are different classes of players. With all due respect to Eric Bledsoe, but he followed it up with De'Aaron Fox was offered for Ben Simmons. No, he wasn't. Stop it.
He wasn't. But all we know is a tweet and a story that said Siakam's done with the Raptors. Is he?
Did Siakam tweet? Did Siakam tweet an emoji? That's the telltale sign. If Siakam tweeted an emoji, then maybe we're on to something here.
Bart Scott said Fox wanted out. Hated Sacramento.
You know what I'm saying? De'Aaron Fox is not happy there.
Actually, I wouldn't do that. I would start Jeff Teague.
Twitter said.
All right. In the latest edition of Stuff Twitter Said, a reporter for the New York Knicks said that De'Aaron Fox was offered up for Ben Simmons. Therefore, it must be true. Even though every single thing we've read since then is that the Philadelphia 76ers wanted De'Aaron Fox and the Sacramento Kings said, gotta go. Girl, bye. I'm not Bart Scott. Don't put that on me. I'm just, all I'm doing is asking questions. That's it.
Absolutely.
I'm not reporting anything. I'm not putting out there Pascal Siakam wants out. I'm not putting out there.
You're not doing that. You're absolutely not doing that. But I'm just saying, the same way that we make a Twitter says about somebody who's below and JC above the border in Toronto, could be like, why do these people keep saying that? Siakam don't want to go nowhere. Toronto doesn't want to get rid. They could be having the same discussions.
We're the Bart Scotts? Oh, man.
I don't think we're the Bart Scotts because we haven't said Siakam wants out.
Have we said Siakam hates Sacramento? Or have we said Siakam hates Toronto?
Absolutely not. So we're
Siakam hates Canada.
Ooh, now we're talking.
Because for some reason with Canada, you can, with Toronto, you get the whole country. No one ever says so-and-so hates America. Trade him to Toronto. No one ever says that. Yeah, no, he hates Canada. Trade him.
Yeah, that adds a whole nother dynamic if he hates Canada.
Is Masai Ujiri still the general manager of that team?
He is, and from what I heard last, he's like working for free.
I feel like I heard.
Contract.
I vaguely remember Sam going into something with Deuce and Mo, but I think I got sidetracked and didn't remember to go back to it. And then I started thinking, I don't ever remember Masai Ujiri like signing like an extension. Like that might be Toronto's biggest get of the offseason if they lock him up. I guess so. Maybe he's doing it just to stay in Canada. He doesn't want to leave. He's just like, I'll work for free if I could stay here. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
So I say all this to say, I don't think we're setting the bar too high when asking for one of these guys. I really don't. But you can only do what you can do. You can want these guys. You can put together a trade proposal that I think is like, I don't think it's out of the crazy to say, hey, if you're ready to move on from somebody, if you're one of these teams, Buddy Hield, a proven NBA player, a young guy that you have club control over in Marvin Bagley, and 2 first-round picks, I don't think that's a crazy trade proposal. I don't think that's overvaluing it at all. I think that's solid. For now, if I was coming to Milwaukee with that for Giannis, yeah, that's crazy. If I was going to Phoenix with that for Devin Booker, yeah, that's crazy. But if Philly and Toronto, the only people that we've targeted are players and teams that have been reported to be on the outs with each other. So if you're ready to move them, well, move them for this. This is a solid trade proposal, I think. So I don't think we're doing too much. But you can only do what you can do if you're Monty.
I do, and I guess the positive is not that there's necessarily a negative. Again, we've set ourselves up for something here. It's not like Tobias, Siakam. Hell, you could put Ben Simmons in there if you want to. You could put Kristaps Porzingis in there. None of those players have actually been traded. So it's not like, and again, these are, we argue or discuss. We don't argue, we discuss. And then I mean, like all of us in the Twitch chat, YouTube chat, on the phones, on Twitter, at the arena, in conversations, we talk about, well, which one would you want? Well, I would want Siakam. I would want Tobias. I'm tantalized by Porzingis. No, I really like Ben Simmons. We have these discussions. Meanwhile, there's only one person's opinion who matters, and it's Monty. And Monty has to look, okay, he could genuinely look at those 4 names that I just said and we're like, yeah, no, those are good ball players. They don't fit what we're doing. They don't. Maybe Ben Simmons does, sort of. He kind of fits what, but asking price is too high. No, we're good. We're good. We all treat our favorite team like it's fantasy sports, or like it's names that you input on a trade machine,
like Madden or 2K.
Yeah, you put all of these names in the trade machine, and you go, it worked. We got it. Look, I could post this on Twitter. Great. Why do I want to do that again? Does Siakam fit the Kings? Does Tobias Harris fit the Kings? Now we can argue why they do. We can argue why they don't. We can argue why what aspects of them are good or what aspects of them are bad, what the downsides and upsides are. But if Monty looks at all of those players, if Monty looks around the league and goes, there's not a player that we can get that improves our roster. The Kings do have an attractive trade package, attractive trade proposal.
Break it down.
With Buddy. Marvin is kind of a wild card, and then whatever you do with picks. What pick swaps, first round picks, protected picks, different things like that. I think that's attractive because I do think people, and we've learned this, think Buddy is an attractive piece to their team. The only downside is now at this point, if we're really talking about getting to Friday, when all of this can be official, is it feels like teams are kind of starting to settle in what they've done between the draft and what they've done with free agency. And so what's really left out there to be had until we get to training camp where potentially someone gets injured, or we go along to the trade deadline in February where, as good old JR say, business picks up again.
And that's what I'll ask you here. because I'm a little on the fence right now. I haven't really decided. Would you take maybe a lesser trade package, something coming back for the Sacramento Kings just to move on from Bagley and Buddy now? Or would you bring them into the season next year and wait for the trade deadline?
That's it. That's why I ask everyone who joins us, can you see Buddy on the roster when the season starts? Because I keep landing on, yes, I'd wait. I don't want to take something bad back just because a failed trade with Buddy went through. I don't want to take a unattractive. I don't want to do something that doesn't help me. I'm not going to give Marvin Bagley what he wants just because he wants it. If it helps us, fam, you got it. You're out of here. I'm going to get you out of here. If it helps us, my job is to help this team. If I can't help this team, then man, truth is you're the best bet. So you're gonna go out there and ride with me. And the same as Buddy. Hey, Buddy, we had this deal. We were trying to send you to LA. We thought we had it done, but you saw like we saw. We all found out at the same time. They went in a different direction. We talked to some other teams. We didn't like what they had to offer. You're still a member of the Sacramento Kings.
So let me ask you this then. Let me ask you this, because I'm on the fence, because like if you have a trade out there, or you think that you can get, which is great, the trade, an A-level trade, right? But it's not there right now. It's just not there. And you say, well, just before the season gets off, before the season starts, I'll take a C- level trade. I think that's doing bad. But look, I think that's doing bad. I think that's not good. Like if you have the potential of getting an A-level trade and you settle for a C- just so you don't have them on the roster at the start of the year, I don't agree with that. But if the ceiling is a B-level trade and you take a C+ trade before the season starts just to get them off the roster, I don't know if that's a bad thing. I don't know if that's a bad thing, because number one, the other thing, what's the price of clarity in your franchise? Which is something that you would not get if Buddy and Bagley were here. You would get these, not that they were like bad people, but you would get this cloud. Like, they're not going to be, they're not here for the long haul.
The dark cloud has returned. Damn. Cold world after all these years.
No, right? Thought we got rid of it.
I thought we did too.
But what kind of price does clarity have for you in the franchise?
So what are we talking about?
The guys on this roster, this is who we riding with. This is who we're going with to make the playoffs. Not, well, we got these guys here, but we know it's really just for the trade deadline. Yeah. And you got a situation here now. There's other. And you got Buddy Hield. Well, I know I'm not going to be here. I don't know if I'm going to attack the basket like I do, because if I get hurt, I may be stuck here. I don't want to do that. We've speculated. We can't say we've seen him do that, but we've speculated that may be something that he's done already in his career with his contract.
Well, he's done it to save stats. I don't think anyone's arguing that. Not stats, bonuses. Bonuses tied to stats.
Allegedly.
I'd actually prefer that explanation over him just not doing it. Man, that's a tough one. The price of clarity. With Bagley, it's tougher because if we're talking two separate deals and you have the C+B scenario that you just created, with Bagley, probably I would, because he's an expiring deal.
C+, just
like he's this is his last year. And he's not going to be back. And you said this earlier and maintain it. Monty would be doing Marvin a favor if Marvin was on this roster this year, because it's his best chance to have an impact in the league. I don't know where else he starts in the league game one and has a starting position.
Right.
With Buddy, it's different because Buddy, there's several years and Buddy has a skill. It's undeniable. As much as I roll my eyes at the Steph Buddy stuff, his skill is undeniable. He can shoot. Teams will covet that. Now, maybe they've made their moves for shooters. Maybe they've handcuffed themselves salary-wise for shooters. Maybe they decided they wanted to go get somebody else who had a higher contract and you had to use those trade pieces. Okay. I'm not of the mindset that you have to move on from that immediately, but you do have to. I don't know that you need to take a lower grade deal on that one immediately, but there does have to be a conversation. You're not our starter. You have a role here. You have a big role here, but you're not our starter.
Right. Yeah. It's an interesting dynamic, man. I ask you the questions and I don't even know if I have the answers myself. Right. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm sitting here like, hey, what does what is needed to feel comfortable with what they're trying to do with the rest of this offseason. Yeah. And I don't know. I go back and forth, man. I really do. I go back and forth with whether or not just moving on from these two guys and setting your franchise in a certain direction with the guys that you have is more important than holding out for the absolute best deal. I don't know.
It's a fascinating question. It's a great question, and I would be curious what other people think about that. The price. I think you phrased it beautifully. The price of clarity. What's more important? Do you take a downgraded trade, a slightly, not even a massively downgraded, a B to a C plus trade, just to move on from Marvin and Buddy? Marvin, I can see. Buddy, I don't. But that's without knowing the behind the scenes inner workings.
Wow.
If Buddy is just adamant, like I can't, no. Maybe you have to. I'm not sure. It's a players' league. Players have a lot of control in this league, and rightfully so. They've earned it. But
sometimes the vibes matter.
Sometimes you just be vibing out, and you can't be vibing out when the vibe is bad. No, I'm with it. The vibes absolutely matter. 100%.
So,
and you don't want bad energy in your locker room.
Not at all. Not at all. This reminds me, though.
Hey, by the way, I do want. We've never heard anything of that sort. I want to point that out. We've never heard anything about Buddy. We've never heard anything about Marvin. We've never heard about issues in the locker room, malcontent. We've never heard anything like that. We've seen social media behavior. We've seen stuff on liking pictures, liking this, liking that. We've seen all that. We've never heard a single thing about them being a problem in the locker room.
That's facts. Not one thing. So, and I've said numerous times. You've been in there too. I've been in the locker room. Buddy's fine. Buddy is not he's never been an issue or been rude or anything like that. Good dude. Seems like a fun-loving dude in that locker room. So there is that. This reminds me though, I meant to remember I told you, I said a funny Monte McNair moment or whatever. Did you see the tweet of the guy who like he didn't run into Monty, but he talked to him from the stands yesterday?
Yeah. Yeah.
You guys hadn't seen it. There's a tweet of a guy, and his title, this caption for it is, "If the Ben Simmons deal happens tomorrow, blame me." Mm-hmm. So he sees Monty and he's like hanging off in the stand somewhere. Sees Monty and he goes, "Hey, Monte McNair." They're calling him, trying to get his attention. Monty looks up and he acknowledges him. He gives him like a little fist or two or a peace sign or something like that. And they're like, "Oh, he acknowledged us," or whatever. And then the guy who's taking the video, he goes, "Monty, now finish that Ben Simmons deal." And Monty looks up and he gives him a head nod. And he's like, "Oh, my gosh." So, I thought that was pretty funny. That was pretty cool, man. That Monty
That's great.
Had the insight to, not be a jerk in that moment. Just kind of played along with it.
That's great. It would have been great if he pulled his mask down and said, "He can't shoot." Why would I do that? And then James Ham announces, Ben Simmons has been traded to the Sacramento Kings. I need the tweet to say Ben Simmons has been traded to the Sacramento Kings after Monte McNair's fan interaction last night.
I guess the guy said, "Blame me if it happens."
Hey, why not?
Yeah.
Why not?
Did you see, as we kind of close some things down, Jeff Goodman, did you see his tweet earlier? He says, Imani Bates, the number one player in the class of, he's supposed to be a senior this year, told Stadium he will reclassify and either head to college in the G League this season. And he said he will choose between Oregon, Memphis, Michigan State as his college route. But Imani Bates, who was supposed to be available in the draft, what's that, 2 years from now, is going to reclassify, either go to college or the G League, and he'll be in the 2022 NBA draft.
2 years from now?
He was supposed to be in the draft 2 years from now. He reclassified, and he's basically foregoing what his senior year of high school was supposed to be. He's going to college this year. He'll be in the draft next year. He was supposed to be in the draft.
I noticed. I think I don't recall. I read something like that recently,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like, yeah, we're foregoing high school years now.
So,
and I know. Overtime. What got the 16-year-old kid?
Yeah,
the overtime league got the 16-year-old kid.
Mikey Williams. Yeah. And I don't know if Mikey.
I wasn't talking about Mikey. I was talking about someone else. I didn't know he was with overtime too.
Mikey just got a deal.
He got the name, image, and likeness thing.
Yeah, he's not going to the overtime league. He just got a deal. I see, and I wonder what this is. What Imani, Coach JT says he's 16 years old or 17. This is almost like a. I feel like it's a Marvin Bagley thing, and I'm not even exactly sure how Marvin situation worked out, but this is how I think it goes sometimes. Marvin, at some point, and this, I'm just using him as an example. I could be completely wrong, but at some point in his school time, Marvin was held back. So he was a year older than what he should have been.
Okay.
When he reclassified and essentially skipped his senior year, he just got where he was originally supposed to be when he started, like kindergarten.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so it wasn't like he was on track the whole time. And he said, I'm going to skip my senior year completely and play with guys that are older than me to, go to college. He just went where he was originally supposed to be the first day he stepped into kindergarten. I feel like that might be what's going on with Bates, but I don't know. I'm not exactly sure.
I mean, it all doesn't. It doesn't matter. I mean, in 10 years, I could be wrong. In 20 years, it could be wrong. I think we're witnessing the end of college sports as we know it. Not the end of college sports, period. We're witnessing the end of the college sports as we know it. Maybe we're witnessing the end of the NCAA.
Mm-hmm.
But things are drastically changing in college football, in college basketball, in college sports in general. And with the forming of, or at least the beginning of the forming of the super conference, the super SEC. There's the SEC now. There's the super SEC. That's just the start. Like there's more ahead. G League Ignite, the overtime crew. I don't know. I feel like is it overtime elite? Like I feel like I'm missing a word in that. I think it's overtime elite.
Sounds right.
But we're going to be seeing a lot of changes in collegiate sports, and it'll be fascinating to watch. And then the name, image, likeness thing, that's a major part of it. It's going to change college sports. It's going to change college recruiting. And again, it's going to render the NCAA, right now, they're only figuratively useless.
Mm-hmm.
Soon, they're going to be literally useless. The SEC commissioner is going to come to them and say, fam, we don't need you. We're going to need you to go.
You're right. But the name, image, and likeness may have saved them, because now, so if I'm Mikey Williams or whatever, and the G League is saying, we'll pay you $250,000 to come play with the G League Ignite, but I could go to UCLA and have my $6 million endorsement kick in because now I'm on that platform, I might go to college now. You know what I'm saying? Like, it might have saved them with the name, image, and lightning, because maybe he gets the same deal with the G League Ignite. I don't know.
Yeah.
But if they're like, yo, you're not on ESPN every day like you are on UCLA and, every Saturday, maybe for the brand, it's better to be in college.
Could be. Time will tell. Time will tell, but name, image, and likeness is certainly a game changer. As we hope Davion Mitchell is for the Sacramento Kings. Night 2 of the California Classic going on tonight, and we've already got a loaded show with you tomorrow. Deuce and Mo will be with us for their weekly visit at 1:47 in the James Ham podcast. James Ham will be with us at 3:20 for his weekly visit. We'll get all their thoughts on the latest moves from the Sacramento Kings and what tonight's game looks like. Make sure you're following Kenny at IMKDiddy on Twitter. He's going to post some notes how you can get that exclusive Luke Belair blue hat that he has in his hands here on Twitch and YouTube. We appreciate y'all for listening. Again, a big thank you to everybody on YouTube who got us past 1,000 subscribers today. On to 2,000, baby. We'll see you tomorrow here at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Go Kings!
Yeah, I just lost the Comrex for like the 6th day in a row. But always in those situations, like, oh, I'll disconnect as quickly as I can, and you could pop me up. We're good.
Yeah. That was a pretty smooth transition today. Just
no problem.
Did that.
Try to make sure nobody notices. What's going on in here? Yeah, appreciate you, Brian. Big day for the show, for show.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
Big day.
Stop it.
I mean, I think he's on to something. I see the accuracy.
Whose side is he on?
Okay, Lake Show.
I mean, I saw John's original text, John's original tweet, like his most recent one, was sent on August 2nd. That's 2 days ago. We were at 889.
Wow.
We were at 889 2 days ago. And y'all got us to it. So that was August 2nd. It's August 4th. That's crazy, man.
Man, y'all was out here just
Man, that's crazy.
Appreciate you, Cheryl.
Yeah.
Baltimore, stand up. Man, soon we gotta figure that out. King of the court. You know I'm not losing. I'm calling all fouls, and I'm not giving any fouls to anybody. Ain't no little Staples Center. It's little G1C.
little LA Live. Off to the side where the TV and the furniture are.
That's sauced.
Appreciate you. There you go. Appreciate you. Shot it, man. That's dope, man. Oh, y'all are too good to us. Too good to us.
I have seen the rumor, man. I'm down for it if it happens, man. I'm 100% down for that. Kyron, appreciate you, man. Appreciate you, dog.
Yeah. I can't pull up the YouTube channel because it'll start playing because I'm potted up. But yeah, it was good day. And not only do I think it's not like 1,001. Like it's like we're past 1,000.
Mm-hmm.
That's good stuff, man. Let's get to 2, baby. Let's get to 2. Oh, that's facts. That is major facts. That might be the most accurate thing said all day. That might be the most accurate thing Cole ever said.
Oh boy, David had a tweet earlier today. Boy, I tell you.
What? I don't know what you mean.
He said somebody had said something about the people
masks
being in the front row.
I don't know what Kenny's talking about. I'm a big Kings fan, but I only go to the games when my friends give me tickets. No, I can't go sit with the common people. I can't go sit in the media. Clown.
Hey man, that can't be, like I said last night, that can't be our Spike Lee. That's not a good look.
That is absolutely not our Spike Lee. Appreciate you, Doug Crispy. Petty Pendergrass and Petty LaBelle. You know what it is. I need to see what can you play to All Lives Matter tweet from Murph Dog. Was that the one from a couple days ago that he retweeted? Where's Murph Dog? Murph Dog. Oh, I see Murph tweeted Jimmy to the Colts. Okay. I'm thinking like Murph.
Never switch sides on my dogs. Everybody tell him.
Oh, man. My man who tried the triple jump and just didn't, or the long jump and just didn't get off the ground. That's a tough watch. Oh, brother. That's tough. That is tough.
That was funny.
Was you looking at Murph? What are you, what are you looking at?
I remember that clip, the long jump or triple jump or whatever.
That's tough.
What it let me see what Murph Dog said.
I can't get any volume out of it. I don't know why. Oh, I do know why.
All of us, right? Not all lives matter. All of us, right? Not
That's a Dave Chappelle clip. That's a Dave Chappelle clip.
all lives matter. All of us, right? Not
Oh, man. Chappelle show. Ooh.
I think I'm gonna get there a little earlier today.
There you go.
So I can see the rookies I did not see last night.
Yeah. That's actually the main reason I'm staying home, because I need to watch the fucking game. Like, I need to actually see it. I was like trying to catch up this morning, and you get distracted, and
Yeah, I missed the whole third quarter.
yeah, right. As soon as I realized it was Morgan, I knew I wasn't going to see another second of the game. And I still can't believe I didn't know that was Morgan.
I thought it was the media relations.
So did I. That's the same thing I thought. I was like, man, Sam's really talking to her for a long time. I got to say hi to Sam. I haven't seen him in so long, and I do it, and she gets up, and I'm like, oh, it's Morgan. All right, we'll let y'all go. I know Casey going to the arena, and I actually got to talk to Danny in San Francisco anyways. Get some.
Hey.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? What is this? What are you guys talking about?
I don't know. I think Kenny Capaway is the new hit of the show, though. I can't lie. You look at, that clip on social media that Jesse put up had some heat.
Man, that was
shout out to Jesse, by the way, our social media manager, who makes my life much, much easier.
Yes, indeed.
We've seen we've seen some pop in our social media stuff too, so that's awesome.
Yeah, you're killing that. You're killing that.
Oh man, I think that's Jesse.
I'll show all that, man, and the clips. Let's go.
Where we at over here on social? Yeah, we growing there. Okay. Love y'all, man. Have a all right.
Oh man.
I'm trying to. Kenny Capaway, it does. He's right. It does roll off the tongue.
Absolutely does not roll off the tongue. Okay.
Little John.
Okay. Didn't he? Yeah, he was there one time. They got.
Absolutely.
Yeah. At the first California Classic.
I love this. I did throw some new buttons in here. We didn't need to use them today, but I finally put this one in here.
He led the state of Chicago in state of Illinois. Oh, okay.
Got that in there. And then my man.
I want Iguodala.
We got that in there. I can't wait to debut them joints.
I want Iguodala.
It's big Moses.
We got to get some more in here. These are what other sounds do I have? That's who's man.
My mistake. I can make a mistake.
Hey, I can make a mistake.
I don't know. I don't know if
Kenny, Jazz. Hey, Kenny. Hey, where'd you get these shoes?
I don't know. I don't know if I don't quite know how to answer that.
Okay. I'm mad I didn't use that during the show. I'm so mad at myself. Kenny, where these shoes come from?
I don't know. I don't know if
Hey, she came in and brought the shoes to me and hit me with the Undertaker.
Kenny looking at that bank statement like
My mistake. I can make a mistake.
Man, these things are dead in the water, man. I talked to this dude about 2-3 months ago, man.
Oh
He
man.
didn't even give me the heads up so I could prepare. I just think it came out of nowhere.
Prepare, babe. We're gonna receive something at the door today that
That's how I thought it was gonna be. He didn't even let me know. Blindsided.
Oh man, that's so funny. They were some StockX. Can you make a firm payment? Where was it? Where was it? Oh, here they are. University blue off whites. Clean. Oh, let me get this nonsense off. Actually, hold on a second. Let me just take my sorry ass out the picture altogether.
Oh, yeah.
Clean.
With the old school Kings jersey.
The chat thought you were going to wear it with the Minneapolis Lakers joint.
Oh, I forgot you couldn't hear Jesse. That's what Jesse said. Jesse said go good with the Minneapolis Lakers. They go good with the Kings baby blues with the names on the bottom. Stop playing with me.
Okay. All right. Man.
Okay. Lake Show.
I don't know.
That's true.
I mean, Josue knows what's up. Like, he sees it right there.
Kings colors? Stop playing.
He sees it right there.
Oh. Yeah.
Oh. Solid call.
She's talking to me.
Call. That's good. That's good stuff. I mean, that's good for you.
Maybe she's only talking through the chat, though.
This is why Kenny doesn't want the live stream to end, because he knows he's safe as long as we're online. He knows the second we go offline, all the witnesses are gone. Second we go offline, we lose 127 witnesses.
I'm doing a 24-hour show here tonight, guys. It's a marathon show.
Yep. Yeah. Casey doing a post D'Lo and Casey show, a pre-California Classic show, a post-California Classic show. He here for all of it.
Oh yeah, she absolutely dresses me. Yeah, she does. That's my stylist.
No doubt. Nothing wrong with a stylist.
I be throwing my own style in there sometime, but she the stylist. Man.
All right, let's get up out of here. Let's turn Kenny. Let's turn Jazz loose on Kenny. We got a good one planned for you tomorrow, man. So thank you again, and see you tomorrow.
Peace.